Thank you. I call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of February 12th, 2020. Welcome to the many people who've come out to attend this meeting. I want to just remind you all that we also have a meeting tomorrow night, but that meeting will be at the Open Space Hub on 55th Street. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from our January 8th meeting. I had a number of small type changes that I've already provided to Leah. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to provide? Okay, then do we have a motion?
I move we accept the minutes of January 8th, 2020.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Yeah, that's unanimous. The next item is public comment for items not identified for a public hearing. There is no public hearing tonight, so if anybody wishes to speak to us about any open space related subject, this would be the time frame in which to do that. I know we have a number of people who've signed up who probably have not spoken to us before, so I'll just quickly run through the ground rules for your all's benefit. I'll call off 3 to 4 names at a time, and when your name is called, if you could please sort of come down, maybe stage yourself over near the easel or somewhere nearby so that we don't lose a minute or two as each person walks down to speak. When it's your time to speak, if you could begin by giving us your name and your address. We'll follow our standard protocol for when we have more than 15 people signed up, which is that each person gets 2 minutes or 3 minutes if you've pooled with someone else who's present. When you have 30 seconds left, the yellow light will come on. When your time is up, the red light will come on. You'll also hear a beep, and at that time we would ask you to please, wrap up quickly. I would, for those who haven't spoken to us before, just be aware 2 minutes can go by very quickly. You don't need to spend 30 or 45 seconds thanking us or praising us. It's always welcome, but honestly, our egos aren't that fragile. It's much better get to the substance of what you really want to say, because you'll be amazed at how quickly the yellow light comes on. So please feel free to just jump right into it without a lot of the niceties. Also, be aware we do read the many, many emails that we've received. We look forward to hearing from you in person as well tonight, but please know we do have that background of having read that. And you're always free to say you agree with someone else if you, choose not to elaborate on what they've said. And the last is that for members of the audience, and this is standard protocol at any city meeting, we ask that you not audibly boo or clap or express an opinion. This is a welcoming space for all points of view. You're free to raise your hand if something strikes you as something you want to agree with, but otherwise listen quietly to others as they will do the same for you. So with that, our first 3 people, and these are we call them in order in which you signed up, are Barb Fisher, followed by Nadine Nadeau, Helen Brader, and then Dennis Robinson. So, Barb.
My name is Barb Fisher. I stand with the concerned individuals in wanting to restore and preserve irrigated ag land. This is a teasel. I'm holding the seed head of a very prolific weed picked in the open space that surrounds our land on Valmont Road. You see these plants all over Boulder County. They thrive with neglect in the road margins, empty lots, and in open space. After prairie dogs have stripped all the available grass, after the resulting decimation of the land, after the soil becomes airborne in windy conditions, after the prairie dogs have run out of available living space and the farmer has no crop, teasel successfully grows. When a farmer has to compete with prairie dogs to grow a healthy crop, failure is inevitable. In short time, it's hello weeds, goodbye farmed land. This noxious weed, amongst others, is the tangible evidence of a farmer's losing efforts on Boulder County's designated ag land. It is time for the City of Boulder Open Space to come to the aid of the farmers working these designated acres. Please take the necessary steps in restoring our alarming shrinking ag lands. It will take a determined effort to fix this mess, and a far-sighted vision for an ongoing maintenance plan will be essential. Look again at this teasel. Don't let the spread of this weed be the sad legacy that dooms our ag lands. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb. Nadine?
Hello, my name is Nadine Nadeau, and I'm here presenting a comment from Taylor Jones, the Endangered Species Advocate for Wild Earth Guardians. Our address is 2590 Walnut Street, Denver. Prairie dog management is a difficult issue, and we applaud the City of Boulder for their avoidance of lethal control in the past, and ask that you continue the management practice into the future. Prairie dogs are a native keystone species and should continue to be treated as such on Boulder open space land. We support the long-term approaches recommended by the Prairie Dog Working Group, which emphasizes non-lethal removal from conflict areas. The city and the Prairie Dog Working Group have already expended considerable time and effort pursuing the goal of coexistence, yet the recommendations of the Prairie Group are not integrated into the expended plan. We are concerned that this expedited plan opens the door to potentially killing up to 30,000 animals on Boulder open space. Our members and constituents who are representing here tonight are dedicated to the preservation of wildlife and the preservation of unnecessary suffering and death. When considering prairie dogs, even when they are difficult to live with, we must not lose sight of the fact that they are intelligent animals with strong social bonds and a complex communication system. Jeremy Bentham, when considering the rights of animals, said, "The question is not, can they reason or can they talk, but can they suffer?" I ask you not to discount the suffering of these 30,000 animals on public lands when making this decision, and to avoid, or at the very least, minimize lethal control. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadine. Helen Brader, followed by Dennis Robinson, David Hester, and then Teresa Beck.
I'm Helen Brader, 1200 Sumac Avenue in Boulder. I have been boarding horses at Boulder Valley Ranch now for 25 years, so I've seen an amazing change over the past few years with the overpopulation. One thing I do want to note is the past couple of weeks, I noticed a sudden change in the soil in the first pasture, which is being rapidly decimated, completely decimated by the prairie dogs. Suddenly, when that wind came through, suddenly the soil changed. It went from being clay to being sandy. The smaller particles were being blown away in that big wind when it was 70 miles an hour. So there is a rapid change happening to the soil, which really worries me. I also attended the county open space meeting recently, and I was very interested in how they changed their policy. I really think that you should follow their lead. Half measures will not work. The prairie dogs, unfortunately, need to be removed completely from agricultural land. Please invest in equipment and personnel to move effectively against the huge problem. It makes little sense to contract the work out. The county has invested in 5 trucks now and regular staff because they have realized that the prairie dogs need to be monitored and controlled over the long term. They are a wonderful species, a very impressive animal, but they are really wreaking havoc on our land. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Dennis?
My name is Dennis Robinson. I live at 8850 Valmont Road. In 1997, we purchased a lot there that's keyholed in the city open space, irrigated farmland. The day we closed, we went to visit our lot, only to find the city of Boulder had planted prairie dogs, about 30 of them, on our land, next door to us. Over the next 10 to 14 years, the population grew to the point where it occupied at least 350 of the 400 acres of irrigated farmland. 6 to 8 years ago, the plague came through and the prairie dogs all died off. Today, 80 acres of the 400 have been repopulated. Within 4 to 5 years, I'm certain, due to the stress of the colony and the weakness of the immune system, the cycle will repeat itself and the plague will kill them. This is not only bad practice for maintaining the ground, it is cruel to the prairie dogs. They are in a vicious cycle that I don't think will stop because their boundaries are limited by private homeowners. You cannot expect them to continue to occupy a small space of ground as they multiply. It's not going to work long term. Furthermore, the more these cycles go on, the least likelihood the irrigated farmlands will recover. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. David Hester, followed by Teresa Beck, Cody Orrick, and then Molly Davis.
Good evening. My name is David Hester, and I'm the financial power of attorney for my mother, Adrian Hester, who currently owns 12 acres of agricultural land at 3505 Nebo Road in Boulder County. The Hester family have been Boulder County agricultural landowners at 3505 Nebo Road since 1968, and we have seen very many different land covers, socioeconomic, demographic, environmental, and land use management changes during the past 50 years. James Hester, my father, in 2002, sold the Hester's 40-acre hay meadow and our adjacent northern land parcel to the City of Boulder Open Space. Since the start of the 21st century, the City of Boulder Open Space has permitted their adjacent lands at 3517 Nebo Road to become denuded of vegetation due to hosting prairie dog colonies, resulting in major erosion during windstorms similar to the 1930s Dust Bowl era. Due to the prairie dog overpopulation on Boulder Open Space land and migration into our adjacent agricultural land, the Hesters have spent almost $7,300 in mitigation expenses since 2006 for our pastures that share a property line with Boulder Open Space. The Hester family commends the City of Boulder Open Space staff recommendations to amend city ordinances allowing lethal control of prairie dogs on their irrigated agricultural lands. Better prairie dog and land use management of Boulder Open Space lands will hopefully reduce economic impacts to adjacent private agricultural landowners, as well as enhance future sustainability of agricultural land use throughout Boulder County. Thank you for the opportunity to address the City of Boulder Board of Trustees.
Thanks, David. Teresa?
Hello, my name is Teresa Beck, and I live at 809 11th Street in Boulder. I'm representing the bee chicas. As residents of Boulder, beekeepers, and founding members of the bee chicas, we are strongly against the use of delta dust on public open space lands. The bee chicas are a Boulder-based voice for pollinators, organizers of the Boulder Pollinator Appreciation Month celebration, and assisting in organizing the 2020 Beyond Pesticides Conference here in Boulder. And we offer public and school-based workshops to educate on the dangers of pesticides. We are in favor of humanely euthanizing prairie dogs with carbon monoxide and minimizing further poisoning of the land, animals, and insect populations. We are strongly opposed to the use of delta dust to kill fleas, which also kills pollinating insects, especially our critically important and often overlooked ground-dwelling native bees. It can also poison raptors, coyotes, dogs, and ferrets if they eat treated prairie dogs, mice, or voles. We encourage a swift resolution that removes prairie dogs from all agricultural lands in short and efficient time frame and minimizes costs and negative impacts on the environment. Any plan should come from an ecological approach that considers all facets of the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Cody Orrick, followed by Molly Davis, Joe Donahue, and Maria Wasson.
Cody Orrick, 203 Morningside Park Road in Boulder. Our community does not argue about climate change. More and more evidence shows that regenerative agriculture techniques where livestock is integrated into intensively managed acreage to give back to the soil, lands managed this way can sequester huge amounts of carbon. It must begin with healthy soil, soil that is home to millions of organisms, the kind of soil created by herds of buffalo in the past. As a community, we taxed ourselves to own some 37,000 acres of agricultural lands. This has created a unique opportunity and responsibility to address climate change with proper management. Lethal control of prairie dogs is an essential first step. We must not continue to study or argue while this out-of-balance population proliferates, literally making desert wastelands out of land that was once productive and healthy. Prairie dogs need vast tracts of connected grassland, which we also own, and where they could flourish. Allowing them to overcrowd land that is irrigable is quite simply irresponsible and makes us a very bad lessor and a very bad neighbor. This issue was declared a crisis last May. Please, can we support our staff in their learning from the county and recommend 100% removal of PDs from irrigated ag land with a week of live trapping for raptor recovery and lethal control with perk machines. The county's 20 years of experience is clear that this is the most effective and humane way to deal with PDs on irrigated ag lands. The 500% increase option is not fast enough. We are lucky enough to have the Young Farmers Coalition, who have been trained in regenerative agriculture techniques, standing ready to work, as well as established farmers and ranchers who could take this on were it not for the impossible prospect of restoring desert around PDs. In our arid West, this can take years, but we can and must do this. Thank you for your leadership in doing the hard but right thing.
Thanks, Cody. Molly? I skipped 3.
I'm Molly Davis. Live on Quarry Court, Boulder. The pictures you see are a different kind of culture than some of us are used to in Boulder. These are the people who are part of the Coors Western Show and the 4-H clubs of America. They're a rare and unique brand of people. They get up early. They work long hours into the evening to make sure that the land is cared for, and they've done it for decades. They're our partner. They are our lessees, and they are a huge part of the history of this valley. The first pictures were taken at the Van Fleet Ranch when we were doing Brandon. I cannot imagine how hard it would be to work a lifetime to build up a business only to see it go away each season with more prairie dog occupation. If we let this group of people down, they will leave. We will not have the staff to replace this type of institutional knowledge to operate their irrigation and these vast stretches of land. Our charter purpose is to preserve agricultural operations. We need to learn from the county, employ the use of CO2 in our properties overrun by the dogs, and get them off our irrigated lands to preserve this valuable culture that we call agriculture. Thank you.
Thanks, Molly. Joe Donahue, then Maria Wasson, Elizabeth Black, and then Chris Brown.
Hi, my name's Joe Donahue, and I'm a young farmer here in Boulder County. I've worked and lived in Boulder County my entire life. I've seen a lot of the open space go from lush green grasslands to being poorly managed in only my lifetime, to seeing absolutely nothing left but rocks and dirt. And as many people have stated before, in any of these windstorms we just have dust bowl conditions, just as like in the 30s that I remember seeing when I was a kid in school. If we keep just letting just the decimation of how bad it is getting in certain of these places, there's nothing left in some places, and the prairie dogs just moved to the adjacent places. I saw some of the irrigation stuff earlier on that. I spent probably a whole day last week with the farmer next door with the track hoe repairing a ditch that's a perennial ditch that runs all year round because a prairie dog burrow had caused exactly a damage, a breach in it, and who knows how much water was wasted, much less time and energy just to repair from prairie dogs that come from adjacent open space lands. I just wish that we could have at least some more management on it to provide at least something to the adjacent farm owners that just can't get away from it. We spend so much time just dealing with prairie dogs, much less being able to actually grow grass or hay for our cattle or anything like that. It would just be really helpful to get at least a little help on managing them. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Maria?
Good evening. My name is Maria Wasson. I live at 10594 North 65th Street. I own West Winds Farm, where I attempt to grow grass hay. In 2003, the city of Boulder acquired a 70-acre parcel of land. You call it the Oasis parcel. Unfortunately for me, we've watched the land go from a beautiful grassland to a weed and prairie dog infested habitat. I've written a letter to all of you regarding this land the city owns, so I won't reiterate what's in that letter. You can just go read it. What I do want to tell you is what it has cost me in the last 17 years since you've owned the land. I spend about $500 a month to keep my fields prairie dog free. It's a losing battle. That's $6,000 a year. That's $102,000 in 17 years since you've been my neighbor. I would be really thrilled to put that in my retirement account or put it back into the farm. The city is by far the worst neighbor I've ever had. Maybe the farmers bordering city open space could get a tax credit of $6,000 a year. Or maybe the city could consider being a good neighbor and a beneficial steward to the land instead of letting the prairie dogs destroy it. Your non-action in dealing with this huge problem is causing Boulder County farmers to go extinct. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Elizabeth Black, then Chris Brown, Andrew Ogden, and Lindsay Sterling Crank.
Hi, Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street. Please support the 500% increase option. Even the 500% option takes far too long, 5 years, to clear our irrigated ag land. You're losing tenants every year. The soil is blowing away. Please go big and go bold. Please figure out some quick relief for your tenants, neighbors, and land. It's a long Byzantine city council process to an ordinance change. We need immediate, effective, fast-track solutions in the meantime. Please add Belgrove and McKenzie to the project area. My heart breaks every time I drive by, remembering their beautiful irrigated hayfields, my favorite place to paint, now dusty wastelands. What a lovely location for a diversified vegetable farm this could be. Impossible now with the huge numbers of prairie dogs overrunning it. Please ask staff why they changed the designation of formerly irrigated lands to managed lands. Will they remove irrigation water from these lands? If so, the lands will never recover because water is life. Without water, these lands won't sequester the large amount of carbon our irrigated pasture can. Please use Boulder County's Prairie Dog Control Program as a model. Over 20 years, the county has learned the hard way what works. You don't have to repeat their same mistakes. Please adopt the county's practices, then change them later as needed. The county knows how to minimize the numbers of prairie dogs killed, how to clear land strategically to avoid expensive barriers, how to cut costs with in-house seasonal crews, how to get the most bang for your buck with limited budgets, how to best work with neighbors, how to train tenants, how to set up cost-sharing programs with tenants and neighbors, how to set up holding facilities for live trapped dogs, how to deal with paperwork and permitting efficiently. Please just ask them. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Chris?
Chris Brown, 4340 13th Street. In the 50 years or so that I've lived in Boulder, I've watched the prairie dog population explode. And then in the last 20 or so years, I have watched the city dump tens, hundreds, if not millions of dollars into trying to control the explosion of prairie dog population. And I would like to thank you for finally considering lethal control to stop this problem. But we have a bigger problem in Boulder, and we share this with the rest of the world. Maybe it's going to be World War III, and that's climate change. Boulder City and everybody in Boulder wants to reduce our carbon footprint in this town and reduce carbon emissions, and we're spending millions of dollars to try to solve that problem, or at least contribute to solving it through the municipalization and all the other activities. We have a resource in open space land to combat some global warming through carbon sequestration in all of open space lands. And those little microbes will be working for us 24/7, every day of the year and while we sleep. And so I would like to encourage you to encourage open space and the city council is to make management of carbon sequestration a high priority in how you manage open space lands. It's one way we can contribute to solving that problem. I would also like to commend to you to read the letter, if you haven't, from Tim Seestead from Instar. And it's from a scientific background. He makes 2 or 3 very simple points that I think are most worthy of considering. And I have another second. He says the prairie dogs have changed from a keystone species to an ecosystem transformer species. And that's an interesting thing. So I assume you all got this letter, and I totally agree with it.
Thanks, Chris. Andrew Ogden, followed by Lindsay Sterling Crank, Deb Jones, and Stephanie Rowe.
Thank you. Andrew Ogden, I live in South Boulder. I'm a public interest environmental attorney, but I'm appearing before you as a private citizen. I submitted written comments, which was a letter I sent the City Council April 13th of 2019, which should arrive in your package after the meeting. I don't support the open space process or to control the prairie dogs by lethal or other means. We're dealing with leased lands, and I think that the open space process is not adequately considering a number of points. Probably the biggest ones are an analysis of the ecosystem impacts. Contrary to what others may have just said, the prairie dog is a keystone species. And that as a keystone species, they support a number of other species, all of which, of course, are included in the Wildlife Protection Ordinance. But we're talking about raptors. 20 raptors fledged last year up in the mountains. They feed something. So obviously they're food for raptors, habitat for burrowing owls, and so forth. So if you're going to do it, you need an ecosystem-wide analysis, not just looking at the dogs in a particular area and what the removal will do in a limited area. Also, you're not doing a cost-benefit analysis of the cost of control versus a number of things. For example, what's the productive value of the land? Is this really worth the hundreds of thousands of dollars for removal compared to what the highest and best use of the land as wildlife habitat is? We're also talking about a relatively small amount of land versus the amount that the open space leases. You're not looking at the other economic value of prairie dogs. They contribute to the tourism economy of Boulder as being a haven for wildlife and a haven for bird life. Ecosystem services they provide. So there are other things to look at just than the cost of controlling them. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Lindsay?
I'm pulling time with Nicole Huntley.
Yep.
Lindsay Sterling Crank, 210 Brook Road. And I think that everybody in this room probably cares very deeply about animals. And I see those examples in our community all the time. Today, or I guess last week, that video went around that was viral of the coyote and the badger waiting for each other and then going and hunting together. And there was a story last week of the man who saved the crow's eggs from the nest and put them back in the nest, and the crows took them little presents every day and then followed them on their hikes from here on out. And then there was the teenager who went hunting with his dad and got lost and ended up sleeping between these two elk who kept him alive that night and not frozen. And today, the article that caught my eye was that the animal intelligence is being decoded so that we can better understand the way that our pets and dogs and cats communicate with us. And that entire study is based on the prairie dog's language and sophisticated communication system. And I want to say that after 20 years of advocating for this animal, they are a worthy species, and they deserve value and they deserve credit. They have characteristics just like the coyote and the badger and the crows, and they deserve a due process. Not that your mind's already made up tonight coming in here, but that we continue going through this process, really looking at what we're doing and what the long-term effects are. I have been really proud to live in Boulder for a couple decades now, and I have loved that we have had a policy that doesn't include a lot of lethal wildlife management. It's awesome. It's part of what makes us special. It's kind of what keeps Boulder Boulder, and that's been neat. It's not lost on me that what we're talking tonight is a big deal, and that we're actually talking about affecting the lives of up to 30,000 animals. And I don't think anybody else except for us in this room really understand that. But they will, because this is going to be a transparent process. So to that end, I ask that we reduce the size of the conflict area. I ask that we limit the removal process to areas where we can prevent reoccupation of areas and prevent repeated killing. I ask that we study what we're doing, that we keep prairie dogs on irrigated ag lands, because we don't really know if what we're doing is going to increase carbon sequestration and improve soil health. So let's leave some dogs on irrigated lands and study that too, so that when our next generation comes around, we can have data to say what our actions actually did. If we're going to be removing animals, we have a responsibility to increase the protection of the remaining animals in the northern grasslands and in Boulder. If we want to do all this Boulder County Prairie Dog Management Plan replication, which I think they can be doing a lot better at, they are doing a ton of plague management, and we need to get on board and maybe include Teresa with the bee chicas to talk about what that really looks like for bees. Cannot support any of the packages that don't include at least 40 acres of relocation. And after all of the review of the 450 pages of work that we've all done, it comes back to really the long-term solutions are in the Prairie Dog Working Group. So keep Boulder wild on our public lands.
Thanks, Lindsay. Deb Jones, followed by Stephanie Rowe, Jenny Bryant, and Michael Moss.
I actually wrote something down, but I've changed my mind. So I worked with the Prairie Dog Working Group. I am actually at 11307 Cuevas Way in Westminster, Colorado, but I'm the president of Prairie Dog Action, and I've worked with Boulder for 20 plus years on prairie dog issues and management. So I have a little background with these guys. I look at this and I hear all kinds of things about carbon sequestration and things like that. The studies actually show that the prairie dog mounds are doing that very job. They are creating new topsoil in that very thing. You may not see it today because we have caused problems. This carbon sequestration issue that we are having was not created by prairie dogs. It was created by humans. And we're going to have to address that. And killing prairie dogs is not necessarily the answer to that. I would like to see our Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations actually put into play. We didn't really get a chance to act on any of that. This kind of all came in, and we were kind of blindsided by this because we spent 2 years of volunteer hours working, meeting after meeting after meeting, and trying to create something that we were asked to create, which was the non-lethal. And so then this comes along, and we don't have all that action to be able to help with this as quickly as we would like to. But I can tell you that the prairie dogs did not create all of these situations. They did not create the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. man created that. And we need to remember that in that role. They created our prairies. They've been here for millions of years. We are the new part in the equation here, not them. And they serve, these prairie dogs in particular, serve all of the Boulder County wildlife. They are still serving their Keystone's process here by creating habitat and providing food and on and on and on. It's not just about that, the little things. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Stephanie?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? My name is Stephanie Rowe. I live at 631 West Street, and that's in Louisville. And I am up here tonight as part of a working group in Louisville that is, Louisville currently has very little prairie dog management in place, and for its open space, it's vague and flimsy and ridiculous. So this work, the Louisville Working Group, which is new, is working on, creating a humane management plan for our city that is very much modeled on yours, on the existing plan. It's a well-respected, admired, and hopefully emulated plan. So I want to urge you to keep the current plan in place, and I just wanted to second what Deb Jones said about carbon sequestration and that the prairie dogs are actually beneficial in that and not a deterrent. So my request is that Boulder continue to be a role model for us and something for us to emulate. And also, I just wanted to mention that our working group is very much motivated by one of Charles Darwin's, something that he wrote in one of his very last writings, which was that in all of his years of study of all of the different animals in the world, that he had come down to this idea that there really wasn't one thing that separated the human from all other animals, unless it was this, that the humans have the ability to broaden the circle of their compassion to extend to other species. So, and I can see that my time is up, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephanie. Jenny Bryant, then Michael Moss, Sabrina Geringer, and Paula Schuler.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Bryant, 1952 Still Street, also in Louisville. But I am actually here tonight speaking on behalf of Dr. Kars Pussmuller, who's not able to be here tonight because her daughter is giving birth to her first baby. The original intent of the expedited plan was to look at options to respond to 2 lease areas on irrigated ag lands that were experiencing high prairie dog occupancy. OSBT called it a crisis. The 2 leased areas were Boulder Valley Ranch, 53% occupancy at 322 acres, and Axelson Johnson at 50%, 319 acres. All other lease areas on irrigated ag land in the project area have prairie dog occupancies below 12%, levels manageable with the working group's recommendations. Removing prairie dogs down to acceptable 35% occupancy levels on these 2 leases would only require removal of prairie dogs from 100 acres, relocations that could be accomplished in 2 to 3 years. But now the OSMP packet materials state that the city's intent may be to remove all prairie dogs from all 967 acres of the irrigated ag lands in the project area. And the media are reporting the prairie dogs are all to blame, quoting ranchers who refer to the land they lease as their land and that it needs to be cleared of prairie dogs and that euthanizing them all is the only solution. The scope of this process has gotten out of hand. The intent was never to clear out the prairie dogs. The intended result was never to have 0 occupancy. There must be some fair decisions made here. These leased ag lands are public open spaces purchased with taxpayer dollars. The ag leases state that prairie dogs use the land too, and that all wildlife and wildlife habitat on the leased property must be protected. While using our public lands for agricultural purposes is important, these lands are also important native habitat for prairie dogs, a native ketone species and Colorado species of greatest conservation need. They provide both prey and habitat for abundance of other species and benefit to the public. Please give serious consideration to narrowing the focus of the expedited plan and focus on leased areas having the greatest conflicts. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Michael?
Good evening. My name is Michael Moss. I operate Kilt Farm, a certified organic vegetable operation that is completely located on Boulder County open space. As an organic farmer on public land, the issue of prairie dog management is one that impacts the land that I manage and the viability of my operation. With the ever-burgeoning prairie dog populations on private and OSMP lands that are in close proximity to my operation, I feel under constant threat of local colony expansion. As a certified organic grower and an open space tenant, there are very few treatment protocols available for me to manage the encroachment of prairie dogs on my land. What is allowed under the National Organic Program is very expensive and only moderately effective. Mistakes in the control of prairie dogs on my land can result in the loss of my organic certification. Conversely, a prairie dog incursion left unchecked will severely impact my ability to grow organic food for my community. The loss of viability in agriculture can come from many directions. The management of prairie dogs on our public lands should never keep a farmer from feeding their communities or their families. I deeply appreciate the fact that prairie dog control is now a topic worthy of exploration, especially here in the public space. I'm also very pleased that the staff has recommended changes to allow for the lethal control of prairie dogs on irrigated OSMP lands. I implore the Commission and Boulder City Council to move forward as quickly as possible to reduce the prairie dog pressure on our public ag lands, while also working to improve the very degraded health of these lands. The health of our farms, farmers, and the community that we serve depend on your actions. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Sabrina Geringer, followed by Paula Schuler, Eric Skoken, and Susan Honeycutt.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Geringer. I live in unincorporated Boulder County. I actually live adjacent to the Brubaker property. It's an irrigated ag parcel that is designated as a removal property. However, no prairie dogs have ever been removed. The property has contiguous ownership with Boulder County. The land has become overrun by prairie dogs. Over the last dozen years, I've witnessed the land become denuded by the growth of all the prairie dogs. By not fulfilling your charter and clearing the irrigated ag parcels you own out in the county, you are devaluing our soil, devaluing the agricultural history of Boulder County, and you're being an incredibly rude neighbor. The present policy is not working. We're in this predicament because of the 6-step process and non-lethal control. Please consider lethal control for all prairie dogs on agricultural parcels. There will still be thousands of acres of open space mountain parks land for the colonies to multiply. Relocation is too costly. The money spent on barriers isn't working. And spreading delta dust, it's not getting to the root of the issue. We need to restore our soils on our irrigated ag parcels and implement lethal control. Please get in line with how Boulder County is doing things. I believe you should purchase perk machines and do as the county does. Get your tenants to help. If you would clear our irrigated ag parcels of prairie dogs, maybe we would consider you a good neighbor, but right now, you're quite a lousy neighbor.
Thanks, Sabrina. Paula?
This will be interesting because I thought I had 4. So, Paula Schuler, Boulder County. I'm here tonight to ask the Board of Trustees to make a strong and decisive recommendation to protect open space agricultural lands. We are in a critical conflict, especially in the northern properties. 1,000 acres out of 2,400 acres of irrigated ag lands are overrun and in conflict with prairie dog occupation. Not just 2 properties and not just 2 tenants. The critical decline goes against the Boulder City Charter, the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, Boulder's climate commitment, Open Space Master Plan, Ag Plan, and Grassland Plan. Quickly, I want to show you a few photos from the project area. This Boulder Valley Ranch photo from 2002 on the left versus 2019 on the right kind of sums it all up. Horses and cows did not do this. The prairie dogs did. These are some more photos. All irrigated ag. Belgrove should be included, as well as Mackenzie, in your project area. Solutions. I support the 500 increase plan that staff has outlined with modifications. I support lethal control on all irrigated parcels with the goal of being a goal to completely clear each and every parcel. I believe it's important to get it done well, but as quickly as possible. 5 years is too long. Lethal control should be by right or an affirmative defense to fulfill the purpose of the open space, purpose of open space per the charter. The borough destruction ordinance needs to be modified. It's imperative that any ordinance modification not slow down this process. I believe Boulder could realize cost savings if they hired a staff person and then perhaps independent contractor employees as so to not add headcounts, and buy several perk machines. It's easy to train staff and people to work those, and additionally train your tenants who want to participate in lethal control. Use carbon monoxide in whatever form. I'm not stuck on perk, but I think carbon monoxide is the most humane. $1 million in barriers seems excessive. Open space does not need barriers everywhere. $1 million equals 50 miles of wire mesh fence. Again, independent contractors can be trained to put up fence. I do it all the time. It's not that challenging. Anyone can learn something. Barriers should be put on the protected prairie dog habitats to keep them from migrating back to irrigated ag. For example, put wire mesh barrier on the south side of Neva Road at 39th Street, heading west to keep prairie dogs on the beach property. Then clear Stratton and Brubaker with lethal control. All the surrounding neighbors are mitigating prairie dogs from these properties. The neighbors are your barriers. I think $1.9 million is excessive. Boulder County's doing a great job of lethal control. As everyone said, follow their lead. You have abundant prairie dogs on protected lands, and irrigable lands must remain irrigated. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. Eric Skokin, followed by Susan Honeycutt, Andy Brighter, and Susan Summers.
Hi there. I'm Eric Skokin. My wife and I have an organic farm, Black Cat Farm. We lease from the city. We have several properties that we lease. It totals about 209 acres of area that we're able to operate in, but there's 176 acres that are part of those properties which have been taken out of our leases because of prairie dogs. So some of the numbers that you hear about, prairie dog acres and whatnot, it seems like there's some interesting accounting that happens. So I would encourage you to look through properties, look through areas with prairie dogs and not. The segue for that is the map that is shown in the proposal from the staff has some interesting areas where a bunch of properties that are irrigated, I know they're irrigated, I've walked through the ditches, show up as managed instead of as irrigated. My concern is that when this this map is a ship and when it leaves the dock, that what is shown as irrigated and what is managed, now all of a sudden we've decided we're not going to take care of some of the managed properties. Speed is of the essence. My suggestion is that we part of the decision-making for what areas get cleared first is areas with just a couple of prairie dogs. When 1 or 2 or 3 new prairie dog holes show up in a property, that ends up being the most important thing. It's just 2 or 3 prairie dogs instead of 200 or 300. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Susan?
Good evening. My name is Susan Honeycutt. I live at 1160 Hartford Drive here in Boulder. I'm here to address some concerns that I have about the prairie dog plan. I have worked with prairie dogs for well over 20 years. Was around when we did the first prairie dog relocation for open space with Clint Miller, the biologist at the time, and have also been doing, I was a ranger for open space, and also I am now a wildlife rehabilitator. My three concerns, the first is genetic variability of remaining prairie dogs. If you're allowed to kill the 30-odd thousand prairie dogs that your plan is mentioning, I'm concerned about what the survival rate of plague will be if we eliminate that amount of genetic variability in the population. I'd also like to know that the plan has considered a catastrophic plague event in the southern grassland reserves. If that happens, are you prepared? How are you prepared to repopulate those if you've eliminated over 30,000 animals in the northern areas? I'm wondering also, I could not find anything mapped out about the plague in Boulder County, how many times this been through and what areas have plagued. I know that the south has plagued quite a bit, whereas the north seems to have more resilient colonies up there, so that concerns me as it points back to genetic variability. My second concern is the impacts to the colonies from climate change, the ones that do survive, you allow to survive. How will these plague events impact them? Also, drought. We're going to see temperatures go up. We will see drought that is going to increase, almost double between 2020 and 2050. How is this going to affect all this irrigation that's going to go on? Where's the water coming from if we do start suffering drought after drought after drought? Snow events that lead up to large amounts of snow are critical during growth periods of the pups. This can actually eliminate some colonies. And then finally, I want to just say I do not support any plans that don't encourage relocation, and I would love to know how many ranchers and farmers voted to increase the open space tax.
Thanks, Susan. Andy Brighter, then Susan Summers, Raymond Bridge, and then Francis Hartog.
Andy Brighter, 301 27th Street. I am the president of the Flatirons Young Farmers Coalition, but I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of myself. I'm also going to read to you guys a letter from one of our members who could not be here today. City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks Department's charter includes the preservation of agricultural uses and land suitable for agricultural production and the preservation of water resources in the natural or traditional state. My biggest concern with the prairie dog issue is what is happening to our agricultural lands. This past year, I farmed on a property, the Andrus North property, which is an OSMP property. And this year, when it went up for new lease, it was not there on the new leases. It is no longer an agricultural use. You're no longer preserving the agricultural uses of these lands that you guys manage. A big part of this reasoning for not being on agricultural use is because of the prairie dog infestation and not having the ability to manage those prairie dogs properly. For that reason, I'm in favor of the 500% increase option so we can speed up the process, or adopting Boulder County policy to adjust our management practices so that we can better deal with this infestation of prairie dogs. The other lady that is not here tonight that I'm speaking for is Marie Lilia Mullins. She lives at 3645 Plateau Road in Boulder County. Dear Boulder citizens and city trustees, I care deeply about the health of our ecosystem and all of its inhabitants, including the prairie dogs. Unfortunately, due to a long history of mismanagement, we have ended up in a place where the overpopulation and infestation of prairie dogs in our publicly owned asset, our open space lands that we as citizens have fought to protect from development and destruction, are being destroyed by this prairie infestation. The fortunate thing for most of us is that the destruction is not happening in our backyard, but it is happening in my backyard. It is happening on my farm and the other farms in my community. Its impacts our ability to bring you all quality local food coming from healthy, thriving ecosystems due to the imbalance. So I have a question for you all. What do you do when there's a mouse infestation in your home, destroying the foundation, interior electric wiring, and eating food out of your cabinets while potentially spreading disease? You can use a live trap and relocate them a few blocks down for your neighbor to deal with, or for them to come back to your house, or you can use a more permanent form of mitigation for the infestation that is destroying your asset. your home. I urge you to consider this when you think of the prairie dog infestation that is impacting our open space lands, in particular our agricultural open space. We as a community are in strong support of local food. However, our action on prairie dog policy does not reflect this. I encourage the City of Boulder to adopt the Boulder County policy on prairie dogs and agricultural lands to maintain the integrity of our local food system. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Andy. Susan?
Hi, Susan Summers, 4636 55th Street. I brought a picture along with me myself to show you who we're talking about tonight. These are not just ideas, these are actual lives that we're talking about destroying, potentially up to 30,000. I had something written as well, but sitting here tonight and listening to this, it's so disturbing to me to have people come up actually advocating to kill anything. Honestly, it's just such a foreign concept to me. When I drive through Boulder, I love seeing the prairie dogs. I enjoy it. I see people come into this community that moved into Colorado, and they come up to me going, what is that? You know, tell me about the prairie dogs. They love them. There was kind of a snicker when someone talked about, you know, tourism related to prairie dogs. It's a real thing. People like coming here and seeing these animals. They're important to the community in more ways than one. When I drive by a hayfield, I'm not in love with that. I don't think that's wonderful. What I see there is a monoculture. What I see there is what used to be native grassland now turned into a monoculture that supports nothing except for cows and horses. It doesn't support other species. It simply doesn't. And as a matter of fact, it removes, you know, grassland habitat for birds, which no one's, you know, a gentleman mentioned the bald eagles tonight. You know, I understand that we need agriculture. I get that. But, you know, your charter is 34 years old. I don't know that it's been updated since then. You need to change what you're doing here. We can't keep doing this same agricultural thing and expect a different answer. Teasel that was mentioned tonight, that was introduced by humans. The Dust Bowl, that was caused by humans. I'm a beekeeper. I do prairie dog relocations, and I use Delta dust. I would not use Delta dust if I thought that that was a danger to my bees or the hives. It's put way down into the burrows. Sure, it affects some insects, but the overall damage is very minimal. You should not pursue lethal control. I expect better from this intelligent group of people here. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Ray?
I'm Raymond Bridge, 435 South 38th Street in Boulder. I'd like to commend the staff for an excellent job in describing the major problem we have in the northern agricultural properties. The root problem, of course, is that we humans have appropriated nearly all of the historic black-tailed prairie dog habitat for our uses, and we have fragmented what remains so that the natural system in which prairie dogs evolved is gone. OSMP has to try and manage viable populations on the areas of native grassland that we have managed to preserve. OSMP's other charter mandate is to preserve local agriculture, and when prairie dogs move on to land that has been purchased for agricultural purposes, they interfere with that agriculture to such a degree that they make it impossible for the rancher or the farmer to maintain a viable operation. Prairie dogs are particularly incompatible with irrigated agricultural operations. These conflicts are only further complicated by the fact that the main threat to prairie dogs today is sylvatic plague, and that too was introduced by European settlers and is not part of the ecosystem that prairie dogs evolved to cope with. As a consequence of all this, lethal control is required in some situations for OSMP to manage for both preservation of prairie dogs and local agriculture. Having those agricultural lands deteriorate to weed patches that are losing their topsoil does not benefit anyone. I'm going to go over my time, so I will summarize by saying of the packages described in the staff memo, I would urge you to adopt Package E. Package D should be the very minimum that you should consider. It would still require 7 to 8 years to get to where we need to go. Packages A to C are simply inadequate to fulfill charter purposes. Never mind treating our agricultural lessees fairly. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Francis, followed by Anna Rivas, Jim Howell, and Pam Wannick.
Hi, I'm Frances Hartog, 3186 Galena Way in Boulder. I agree with Ray Bridges' comments. I've sent you written comments, so I won't go over all of those. When I was on the Open Space Board for 5 years, we didn't have 1,000-page packets and 2-day meetings, so I don't want to take up any more time than I have to. I do agree with removal packages D and E with a preference for E. Our ranchers have waited way too long, and we've lost too many of our historic ranching families already. We're talking about 1,000 acres. We're not talking about our entire open space. We just need to allow lethal control as one of the tools in our arsenal. You who served with me on the Open Space Board of Trustees know that I'm a total conservationist, knee-jerk environmentalist, and I'm standing up here saying that we do need to support lethal control as one of the options. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Francis. Anna?
Hi, I live at 4501 Nelson Road. Wild animal populations all over the world are being decimated as we grab up their habitats, essentially wreaking havoc on them by converting it to agriculture, among other things. And people have become so used to seeing these low numbers of animals, which, they went from tens of millions to hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, thousands, maybe, and now maybe hundreds. This is called the shifting baseline, and it's a decline on top of a decline on top of a decline. But people who are seeing what exists now think that's the way it's always been, and they're so used to seeing that any feeble sign of recovery is seen as an invasion or an infestation, which it's not. I mean, this is a very small number of what we started out with, and it's just barely making a comeback. So we have to get a grip and stop resorting to killing. We need to learn to share what's left of their habitats and not just grab and claim it all for our human use. And I also wanted to point out that, as Deb Jones did, that before humans caused climate change, before we had to worry about sequestration, we had the Great Plains, which were covered with a wide variety of forbs and grasses and a lot of animals, including millions of prairie dogs. They didn't cause this, as they said. And those before and after photos that were shown to you, they were taken in 2 different seasons. The trees didn't have leaves on them in the after. So clearly that was not the spring, which is when the other photo was taken. So thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Jim?
Thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight. I live off of 36 between Boulder and Lyons. I have a small ranching operation here in Boulder County. I lease about 250 acres. It's all private ground that I lease, and run a small herd of cows. And I also run a ranch management company, and we have leased or run large commercial scale cattle ranches on big country in western South Dakota, eastern Montana, western Colorado with the white-tailed prairie dog. We've dealt with prairie dogs through management of well-managed grasslands. If we do a good job managing our grasslands, we tend to exist in balance with those prairie dogs, and it's not a huge issue. That's not Boulder County, though. Boulder County is highly fragmented. It is not a big, intact, relatively intact ecosystem like we managed up there in eastern Montana, western South Dakota, where we have healthy populations of predators, and all the natural dynamics can happen. In Boulder County, obviously, that's not the case. Highly fragmented because of human influence. And we've created excellent prairie dog habitat, not habitat for much else other than prairie dogs. That's an exaggeration, but we've obviously created good prairie dog habitat. And my little ranching deal here in Boulder County, about half the land that I lease is colonized by prairie dogs, grows very little grass, and the trend is negative. We're losing ground to prairie dogs. My little operation is not going to be viable very much longer under the current situation. We are adjacent to City of Boulder leases. I could spend a lot of money trying to mitigate prairie dogs, but it would be totally for naught because those prairie dogs can run across the fence or across the road right back onto our places as soon as we get rid of them on our own place. So it's a conundrum. It's a big problem. I am not anti-prairie dog. I'm pro-ecological balance. And I think we have a lot of work to do. I deeply appreciate everybody's perspectives here. Obviously, we all come from different contexts. We all deeply care, and we just want to find solutions so that all these values can be accounted for. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jim. Pam Wannick, then Robert O'Donnell, John Brown, Marcus McCauley, then Sherry Seabury.
Hi, my name is Pam Wannick. My address is 2251 West 154th Place, Broomfield. I have over 20 years of field experience with prairie dogs, and I'm the creator of reverse dispersal translocation, which is a non-lethal control method in your packets. I am really into plants as well. And one of the things I want to talk about is carbon sequestration. And one of the goals of carbon sequestration is to increase below-ground fungi. So naturally, we would think the photosynthesis through the leaves is the best way to increase biomass, and that increases the fungi under the ground. But prairie dogs and other burrowing animals actually, through their burrowing and digging up to 3 to 4 meters down into the ground, they create these, they reduce the below-ground compaction, and they increase airflow. And this allows for easier pathways for other animals and even arthropods to move this underground soil underneath, and it nourishes the fungi-seeking minerals. Also wanted to briefly talk about prairie dogs and vegetation. The teasel is non-native, and I'm tired of it too. I'm tired of the knapweed, I'm tired of the teasel, I'm tired of all the stuff I'm seeing out there, the curly dock, and I would like to see the city to become very aggressive on reintroduction of forbs that are resistant or resilient to prairie dog grazing, and I can give you 15 of them right now. As far as each one of the conflict properties, I propose that we develop a matrix just to kind of help everybody be on one page. That matrix would include the feasibility of removal, reclamation, and prairie dog exclusion, the longevity of the conflict, the colony in conflict, and since I'm already running out of time, I would like to look at this in relation to a metapopulation along the landscape. Susan Honeycutt also mentioned we should be looking at the southern grasslands. If there's a plague collapse or a climate change collapse of prairie dogs, we shouldn't be poisoning prairie dogs up on the northern grasslands. And finally, I would like that the city manager has the retention of the ability to halt all operations immediately. And I would like to see what those triggers would be. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pam. Robert O'Donnell.
Thank you. I'm Robert O'Donnell. I live at 7634 North 41st Street. For those of you who responded to my letter, thank you very much. I live in the middle of the Brubaker-Sorensen-Stratton property. I moved there in the late 80s when the Brubakers owned the property. Fast forward mid-90s, they sold to the city and the county. The prairie dogs moved in. Fast forward to 2000, the Strattons sold their property. The city came in, bought the Strattons property. I am really surrounded by a dust bowl, and the letter that I wrote to you all is the collateral damage. And for those folks that have spoke, I'm not a prairie dog killer, but I'm going to tell you right now, the prairie dog is killing my property. I'm out there. I broke my hip. I can't get out there right now. My wife's out there. I have horses. She's out there every day trying to fill holes. Last weekend we were out there, chicken wire, bombs, whatever we can do. I will say one thing. You guys have to follow suit with the county. The county open space has at least helped me a little. They've given me some options as far as trying to manage. For those of you who haven't seen the damage, I also encourage you to come out. I'm sure you guys don't even know where we live. I'm sure you don't know what these properties are. So it's important that you guys come out and please take a look. Look at the Brubaker-Sorensen-Stratton. It's turned into a dust bowl. And I'm just asking for some kind of help. I'm asking help for my property, and I'm also asking help for the farmers that need it. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. John Brown, then Marcus McCauley and Sherry Seabury.
Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm John Brown, Brown's Farm. We sell vegetables at the Longmont Farmers Market. And as an advocation, I'm invested in regenerative ag, and I have a consultation on soil health and soil amendments and soil testing. We have a keystone endangered species in our Boulder County, City of Boulder area. That is the men and women who are going to farm here. the prairie dog represents a hurdle that we may not be able to overcome. I've done a lot of work on trying to do passive and aggressive regeneration of grounds that have been degraded by the prairie dog, and I'm not having very good luck. I think our first goal is to keep both rangeland and irrigated land that does not have prairie dogs on them at bay and work from those perimeters backwards, because once the prairie dog makes itself present, those lands go into geological time for their recovery. Per square meter, wherever the prairie dog is, we have lost the biome. Once the prairie dog makes itself present, the lightest fraction of the soil is the most fertile, and it is taken away with the wind, and then we are left with a stony ground that has no possibility for any carbon or regeneration without human input at a high level of cost. I invite you all at any time to come on a walkabout with me into the local areas along Left-Hand Creek, and I can show you the impacts that the prairie dog has had over time and the implications for your neighbors who abut your properties. I graze cattle right next to your property, and I can show you exactly what the repercussions are. Thank you again so much for hearing me.
Thanks, John. Marcus?
Good evening. I'm Marcus McCauley. I'm a farmer. I live on 63rd Street in North Boulder County. So I've not been afforded the opportunity to be in a working group or sit on a committee or a commission, but I do care deeply about this land and the soil and this planet. And I have, as you know, been on the ground trying to heal these lands. And I've dedicated hundreds of hours over the last 8 years on our farm and the last couple of years on the Bennett open space property, and thousands of dollars of my own and of the city's in trying to regenerate broken open space grasslands and trying to regenerate a functioning prairie ecology, a place where grasses and rodents and birds and ruminants and insects and fungi and humans can all thrive. I have been attempting to do this without lethal control of prairie dogs. I have given everything I can to achieve this. And we've made some successes that have been wiped out by the prairie dogs. I'm a reluctant advocate for lethal control of prairie dogs, but I do not believe that you can regenerate these ecosystems without it. I ask that you make regenerating these broken ecosystems a priority. I recommend a more aggressive strategy than the 500% increase. And I recommend considering filling in holes so that we're not back in this place again soon. Yes, it is expensive to do this, but it will be more expensive to remove prairie dogs from these lands in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. Sherry?
Sheree Seabury, 4748 Ann Place. Much of the degradation of soils in the urban environments that have prairie dog colonies is the result of considerable human disturbance over long periods of time. The soil erosion we tend to see is often due to overgrazing by cattle. Black-tailed prairie dogs prefer open patches of grassland and will move into heavily grazed patches of grassland. This tends to cause the observer to blame the prairie dogs for the degraded state, when in fact the conditions were present prior to the presence of the prairie dogs. Prairie dogs and bison coexisted for thousands of years throughout the central grasslands of North America. Prairie dog burrows act as aquifers that prevent water from eroding land while helping to cool it.
Managed grasses and flowering plants atop a prairie dog town are higher in protein and nitrogen and are favored for large animal grazing. A prairie dog burrowing can be beneficial to the soil because mixing soil types and incorporating organic matter enhances soil formation. It also helps to increase soil aeration and decrease compaction. In short grass prairies, the number of plant species, particularly forbs, increases because of the digging and scratching activities of the prairie dogs that till the soil. These patches of bare soil provide excellent sites for annual forbs to become established. Long-term use of an area by prairie dogs appears to promote buffalo grass and grama grasses. Efforts to simply eradicate prairie dogs from urban areas are short-sighted and do not contribute to the conservation of our native grassland ecosystems. Extermination efforts cause a long and inhumane death and is not something that should be condoned in a civil society. Additionally, extermination efforts indiscriminately kill not only prairie dogs, but also other native wildlife. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. Leslie Cushman, then Bobby Lover, and Nicole Hugo.
Hi, good evening. I'm Leslie Hitchcock Cushman. I live in Hygiene. So first of all, I think that the city and county deserve an attaboy for what they did. I mean, there's a lot of different events that occurred throughout within the last quarter century of the history of the prairie dog and its demise. And what the city and county have done for its return to Colorado, I think, is commendable. And how they've led the example, and our other communities are following it now. The city deserves another attaboy for its investment in the Prairie Dog Working Group's plan, which is being modeled now as a Prairie Dog Coalition's management plan. And I was a member of the working group, and I was actually on the economic subcommittee. And two things that come to mind. First of all, I was talking with Deb Jones in the bathroom, and I think that there's a lot that can still be done working together and getting this situation stabilized and getting it out of the irrigated hayfields, which I don't even know how they ended up in the middle of the grassland plan, but it was a bit of a conflict. And but as far as I heard something at the county prairie dog meeting afterwards that not much has surprised me through this, but it actually stopped me in my boots. I was talking to Mark Locke, who neighbors the IMO city and county jointly owned property, and he has an agriculture tax classification. And they'll graze our cattle in the summer, like 35 head, just to keep that agriculture designation. They have 23,000 burrows on a not very big property, and they try to knock them back all the time. They had our cattle over there for 7 days this year. That's all the grass they had. They are in danger of losing their classification. Their tax classification as agriculture.
Thanks, Leslie.
Just say one more thing. The economic and social thresholds have reached emergency status as well on this, along with the ecological, and we do need to talk about that. Thank you.
Thanks. Bobby Lover, then Nicole Hugo.
Bobby Lover, 3700 Longhorn Road, Boulder Valley Ranch. The lady that talked before Ellie, I think Cheryl was her name, I agree with her 100% that there is overgrazing on our ag lands, but it's not by cattle, it's by prairie dogs. You can see that just by driving down the road. And behind the house there at our place, this will be 32 years since we put up hay behind there because the prairie dogs have started taking over that hay field, and there's no sense in even going out there with our equipment. We're gonna irrigate and just graze it. Then Hester's and Campbell's, you got prairie dogs moving in on the north. They've started. Let's jump on that. And I don't know why we're still talking about this 2 years later. I guess a year after you have approved lethal control and the city council approved lethal control. We're still sitting here talking about this. Let's get the wheels turning. Let's get out there and do something before it's already too late. It's going to be really bad if we keep on waiting. So that's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. Nicole?
Good evening. I wasn't really thinking about speaking, but when I hear all this stuff, I just wanted to make a comment. Nicole Hugo, 1717 Folsom Street. When Lewis and Clark came over here, we had billions of prairie dogs. We had vast grasslands that were full of bison, billions of prairie dogs. They didn't come over here and find a moonscape. What's the only variable right now, which is humans? So please consider this. This is not the prairie dogs' fault. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Nicole. If anybody else wishes to speak, this would be the very short window in which to do so. Okay. Well, in that case, I will close the public comment. Unless anyone has anything that we need to deal with before we break into the study session, and looking, I think I see none. Okay, well then I will adjourn the meeting and we'll proceed immediately to the study session.
Explain what that means to the public.
Oh, so we're going to move to the rectangular table, and there won't be any further public participation, but we'll be discussing, we won't be voting tonight, but we'll be discussing the issues that have been raised here, and certainly you're all welcome to stick around or watch us on television or enjoy the rest of the evening, however you see fit. And I also just wanted to add, I appreciate the amount of thoughtful material that people squeezed into the 2 minutes that they had. It was really impressive and, well, very much appreciated. All right. Maybe we should
It's just how we term things on our map. Right, yeah, we can clarify that. I have that on my list of things here. We ready to go, Tom? Yeah. Okay, great. My name's Mark Gershman, and I'm the project manager for this expedited management review project that the board made recommendations to council, and council directed open space staff to undertake regarding irrigated lands occupied by prairie dogs. I'm here with a group of folks who are members of the team, and a lot of them are important knowledge holders that you'll be hearing a lot more from in terms of clarification and answers to your question. But I'm here to help us facilitate our way through the evening. The other members of the team kind of go around here: John Potter, Heather Swanson, Val Matheson, Andy Pelster, Allison Eklund, our community relations coordinators in the audience. Another member of the crew, affiliates, our communications guru is also here and has been helping a lot with this project. We also have Tori Polton. Tori, probably looking right at you, she's here. Tori's joined us recently as the Prairie Dog Conservation and Management Coordinator. Her focus is on implementing the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation, and she's also helping us with this project because of the relationship to much of that work. I'd also like to acknowledge two of the board members, Karen Hoeg and Dave Kuntz, who have served as advisors in terms of process on this project, and have helped us keep in touch with the board and make sure that as we develop the process around this expedited process, it's got board involvement. We also have Rob Alexander from Boulder County Parks and Open Space joining us tonight. All right, Rob gets a round of applause. That's excellent. He's generously offered to come to a meeting that isn't his department meeting to answer questions that may arise regarding the county's approach that we've heard a little bit about from the community already tonight. So thanks, Rob, for being here. So having said that, just wanted to take a look at the agenda. As you can see, we're about an hour off the agenda. We had initially anticipated about a half an hour of public comment. We're up to about 7:30 now. So the proposal that is on the table is that we would just kind of advance these an hour and plan for adjourning at 10 o'clock. So if that's okay with the board, that's how we'll proceed. Say again? Okay, yeah, so we've got tacit approval at least to move forward with that. And if we can conclude more quickly than that, great. We do want to make sure that there's an opportunity to have questions answered and for us to get the input that we think will be useful for us as we move towards bringing forward a recommendation in March. Oops, sorry. So starting off the staff presentation, we're going to take a moment here to go over the agenda, very quickly go over the direction and process summary. A lot of that material is available online. We'll have links on the presentation, so folks who may be following this on Channel 8 or on the internet, or even with their devices in the audience, can look onto the project website to find stuff. Our focus tonight is to hear from the board members responding to certain study session questions we'll get to in a second, and also to respond to your questions, the kind of information you need to make those decisions. we want to be strategic in how we spend our time. And so I'm looking to work with the board and help support the idea of trying to keep things focused at a high level where we're informing the broad questions that we've got at this point. If we do need additional information for the March meeting, we'll also have an opportunity to get those questions written down so that in the intervening time, which isn't huge, we have an opportunity to respond to those. We also are going to take a moment to spend some time clearing up points that came up repeatedly during community conversations here or in the copious amounts of input that we've received during the first engagement window and thus far into the second engagement window. And we'll have a little time also during that first part to direct questions you may have right to Rob. So if he wanted to, he could go home. You're certainly welcome to stay, Rob, and be available for the rest of the night as well. After that, we'll move into the study session questions. So having said that, I'll just go down into kind of the issue. Quick recap, back in May, City Council provided some direction based on a board recommendation looking at the population levels of prairie dogs on our irrigated lands, especially in the northern portion of our system, creating or being involved in, I should say, conflicts with our ability to have viable agricultural operations. Council expressed a concern that these conflicts have become serious enough that they may have or have affected open space's ability to fully meet the charter purposes of open space, especially those around agricultural uses and the conservation of agricultural lands, and that prairie dogs occupation and the activities of prairie dogs on these lands had resulted in soil degradation and loss on these irrigated lands that had some cascading impacts and concerns for the climate crisis and emergency that we're in. And so both the board and council shared concerns that the situation is unlikely to improve based on our past practices of relying completely on non-lethal means of managing prairie dogs, at least not in a timely or economical fashion. So the idea was to go ahead and look at the agricultural uses on these northern grasslands, look at the ecological context, look at soil health, look at the way that these lands support ranching, farming, and support wildlife habitat, and then provide an evaluation of land management tools that could include things like keyline plowing, soil amendments, lethal control, and other methods for addressing this conflict and the situation that we're in. So those are kind of our marching orders from council. Real quickly, we had our first visit with council, with the board, excuse me, back in August after getting this direction May, meeting first with Karen and Dave to pull together some process ideas, did a couple of updates with the board. Actually, our first visit was in June, and we continued the updates through August. We started our first public engagement in October with a community open house. That engagement lasted, providing opportunities for online input through questionnaire through November 15th. Won't say a whole lot more about that. There's summaries of this public engagement available online and in your packet for today. Having an opportunity to describe the situation. I'll just kind of jump ahead to this summary. First engagement window was really an opportunity for us to describe the situation that was out there with the public, try to foster a shared understanding. As you can hear, there are a lot of different perspectives about what's going on out there. Identify community values, do some value exercises, and then begin the kind of conversation with the community. How might we improve the situation out here, and collecting those ideas? That window, as I said, concluded in mid-November. We got considerable amount of input from the community, as you can see from the results. And we put together some of the initial ideas of what we had heard from the community in terms of a general approach and an evaluation of specific methods. Published that in early January, along with a summary of the input as well as the detailed input from that first engagement window, and then asked the community for ideas and further input on how we might improve the situation. This engagement window, as part of the expedited process, was intended to be online. And we've also had opportunities, as we just had prior to the study session, for public comment at open space board meetings. This study session is also part of it. And in a way, part of our ability to ensure that we've got an opportunity to check in with the board before the next step, which is coming forward in March with staff's recommendations about how to proceed on improving the situation with regards to prairie dog occupancy on irrigated lands. So far, we've got a lot of responses to the engagement window that opened on January 6th. We extended it through the study session and then past the study session so that people had some time. And the proposal is that it will close, or the closing date of the engagement window is February 16th. So that's where we stand kind of in the community engagement. I'm going to hand it over to Heather to provide some clarifications on a number of issues, as well as Andy on the last of these.
So as Mark said, after we put out the evaluations of the various strategies through public comment, it became clear that there were still some issues that people still had questions on, or maybe weren't all that clear on. So we just wanted to run through a few of those briefly, just so that we're all kind of on the same page with those moving forward. Mark? So the first of those is just looking at growth of colonies in the study area. And I should make clear that we measure acres occupied, not population numbers. So when we're talking about populations, we're using sort of an average to calculate those. So looking at acres occupied, there's been some question about how this was calculated. So essentially, it's just calculated using a pretty typical growth formula where you take the number of some time in the future minus the time current over the time current to find out what the growth rate to get to that would be. So looking at 2018 and 2019, so a one-year period, we take the 2019 numbers minus the 2018 numbers to get the difference between those two, divide by the 2018 numbers, and you come out with the percentage of growth. So the percentage growth between those 2 years was just a little bit over 3%, and that's within the study area. System-wide, that was actually closer to 7%. Also, plague management. We've heard about Delta dust. We've heard about plague management. The city does participate in plague management. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on where and when and why that's happening. So as part of the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations, vaccine, so the sylvatic plague vaccine, is used and has been used for the last 2 years at all active colonies only in the southern grasslands. And that's happened in the spring and in the fall. The vaccine has been used on limited areas within the study area only for those prairie dogs for which we are planning relocation to southern grasslands. So they receive that first dose in the spring on the colonies where they reside in the north before they're captured and relocated to the south, where they'll receive that second dose in the fall. Yes?
Heather, can you just briefly say how the vaccine is administered?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, it's contained within a small, hard, pelleted bait. It's little, it looks like blue dog food, essentially. And so it's spread in the colonies. It apparently tastes like peanut butter. I haven't tried it, but we work directly with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who we actually purchase the liquid vaccine, and then they put it into the bait for distribution.
And does that bait have any non-target species implications?
No, they did fairly extensive research with that, and it didn't seem to. It certainly will also protect against plague in other small mammals, but as far as any bad side effects or impacts on humans or dogs or anything like that, they didn't see any problems with that. And the city also is undertaking, putting together a plague management plan. That came out of the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations. And so we have just started to sketch out the scope of that and the process, and we're hoping that that will be something that can be completed by the end of Q2 of this year. And so that will kind of give more extensive long-term direction on what the city will be doing on plague management. And then there is some insecticide use that occurs on open space, and that has been delta dust, which is the dust insecticide which goes down into the holes. And that has been done only on colonies where we are actively relocating the prairie dogs. So the state permit requires that that's done before capture starts on those sending site colonies. So those have last year been within this study area. And then when the prairie dogs are captured as part of the state permit, they also are treated with liquid insecticides directly onto the animal. And that is largely a effort to keep plague from being spread across the landscape and transported from one place to another.
Heather, while you're on that subject,
Sure.
can you respond to the concern about the effect of the dust on pollinators?
Yeah, I don't think that I'm the best person to do that, but as part of our plague management plan, certainly Rella Abernathy, our IPM coordinator, has been looking extensively into all different types of impacts, benefits of delta dust, as well as potential impacts to arthropods and any other species. Certainly it is a broad spectrum insecticide, and so there is the potential to impact other arthropods that come in contact with it. I do think that the method of putting it down into the burrow to some extent limits the exposure on the surface, but that's certainly something that we have concerns about and something that we plan to look at pretty carefully as we're putting together our plague management plan. I don't know, Val, if you have anything else to add to that.
I would just say, as part of our IPM goals in the city, we're looking to reduce or eliminate chemical controls, particularly with insecticides. And so when its use is authorized, its scope is very limited and very specific. So the city now only allows delta dust to be used in those burrows before prairie dogs are relocated, because we can't relocate without that use. But we're encouraged to and continually look for, is there any way we can do that or achieve that goal without that chemical use? So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So Val and Heather, are those applications a maximum of 2 for relocated prairie dogs, or is there kind
Of the
of
delta dust?
Yeah,
That would just be once. It's completed at least 7 days before trapping begins.
and then the insecticide is applied?
Directly to the prairie dogs, and that's a different liquid insecticide. That's not delta dust.
And what are the implications of the other insecticide? Other than delta dust?
So with the second one, you're taking the prairie dog and spraying it individually. So there seems to be less environmental concerns for that piranha or that flea spray onto that animal in terms of lasting effects in the land. So the concerns are still some for the animal who is exposed. There's some, but in terms of environmental impacts, much less.
Okay. And so there's no multiple or additional application for individuals after that?
No.
And I think it's also important to recognize that some of these are requirements, as Val is indicating, of the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife for relocation permits.
And then also there was some question about conserving prairie dogs on open space and how that relates to what we're talking about now. And so I'm not going to go through all of these numbers, but generally we have 3 categories of management designations where we're not in general looking at removal of prairie dogs. There is an exception here where we're looking at irrigable acres, some of which do fall within these categories. But generally speaking, system-wide, we had about 3,431 acres occupied within what we would consider to be sort of protected lands. And we can certainly later, if you're interested, get into some of the grassland plan conservation goals and where we stand on those and what impacts there might or might not be to those of new actions. But I just wanted to kind of show you that we have that information available if you'd like to go through it in more detail. And black-footed ferret reintroduction was also something that was brought up through the engagement one, and I just wanted to sort of clear that up, that really introduction of black-footed ferrets as a limitation tool for prairie dog populations really is not consistent with the goals of the current evaluation. So ferrets are not really reintroduced in order to reduce the numbers of prairie dogs. In fact, in order to reintroduce ferrets, you need to have plans in place to protect your prairie dogs and maintain your prairie dog populations, because when prairie dog populations go down, the ferrets don't do well. So that's not really all that consistent as a tool for our current evaluation. And also the north is a complicated area to look at for that. It's a patchwork of private and public ownership, subdivisions, roads. So it's not a super simple landscape to look at for something like ferret conservation. And also there's been quite a bit of discussion about prairie dog contraceptives. This is certainly something that we're keeping a close eye on. Currently, there are none that are approved for use in prairie dogs, so there really aren't any available to us as a current tool. There are current studies going on for a couple of potential contraceptives, looking mainly at the effectiveness at this point. Some of them may be very feasible if they're approved. They're in bait form. Others may be less so, where you have to capture each individual animal and inject them. The effects on any non-target species, either predators, probably mostly predators, really hasn't yet been studied. But we are providing funding this year for field trials that are occurring not on OSMP properties, but for field trials that are going on outside of our properties from the Prairie Dog Working Group funding. And then also, there's been some discussion about prairie dog relocations and where they've been put and where they've come from. So in the last 20 years, all of the prairie dogs that Open Space has relocated have gone not into the study area. So there were some very limited relocations many, many years ago, prior to the last 2 plague epizootics up north. But in the last 20 years, all of the prairie dogs that have been relocated have been taken to the Southern Grasslands Preserve. So the red circles are the sending sites, and the blue circles are the receiving sites down south by the county line.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Is it fair to say then that you believe there is genetic diversity in the Southern Grasslands?
I don't think that we have any data to really speculate on that. I would say that the prairie dogs there have come from a number of places. Some previous studies looking in Boulder County at genetic diversity showed that overall genetic diversity was not all that high, and that the difference within a colony was actually as big as it was between colonies. And really, at the time, the researchers thought that that was because there had been so many relocations in the past that it had all sort of just been mixed up. Now, since that study, we've gone through another plague epizootic, and so those dynamics may have really shifted quite a bit, but we don't have any specific information.
And on this map, I can't tell where 128 is.
Oh, sure.
But
right down by the southernmost blue circle.
So 120, it is a little hard to see, Karen, but my fingers trace.
okay, so the large prairie dog town that's on the west side of 93 at the 128 intersection, that was a receiving site?
It was not. No, they're all east of Highway 93.
Okay, so do you know whether it has ever been a receiving site?
I don't believe so, but certainly not in the last 20 years.
So it rebounded on its own?
It did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
So we did want to take a look at our boundary interface in the project area. We've heard a lot from the neighbors, and so we did a quick GIS analysis to take a look at that. In the project area, we do have 77 miles of property boundary, which is a lot of boundary out there. I do have it broken down by grassland preserve, or the management designations. And that the colony boundary is where a prairie dog colony butts up to our boundary within 100 feet. So that's direct interface. That's what these numbers show. And if we look at that, we have 24.3 miles of colony that border or bound one of our neighbors. And if you look at that as a percentage or part of the total project area, that's 32% of that 77 miles has some prairie dog interface to it. The irrigated agricultural areas that we're talking about are removal and transition areas. That's one of the main reasons they get that designation. And if we look at how much that boundary interface is, 52% of the boundary interface in the project area comes from those transition and removal areas. And that's important for us to know because in the places where we are going to take action, we will be addressing quite a bit of some of the neighbor conflict there. There's plenty of information on this slide. I'm not sure how much we want to go through that, but the important thing I wanted to point out in doing this is that we are going to take care of quite a bit of the neighbor conflict if we would proceed in the removal and transition areas.
At some point, is somebody going to clarify the questions and comments about changing irrigated lands to managed lands? And do they, are they largely in transition areas or removal areas, or, I mean, all this categorization of lands is my question.
Let me just respond to that. What people saw on our map was the title Managed OSMP. What that refers to is all the open space and mountain parks land on that map that we manage, which is really kind of the arena of significant action. So we weren't showing conservation easements or jointly owned properties that are managed by the county. So that wasn't a new designation of any kind. There are portions of those managed lands that are irrigable and portions of them that are not. That wasn't a new decision or a new determination that we made.
Or changes to.
So that could just as well have read open space and mountain parks lands. It's kind of a typical thing that our GIS maps show are, to define what sub-portion of all of our lands are being shown on the map. So I apologize. I can see how that could be confusing to folks. It might look like a new kind of designation where we're taking things out of irrigation or something like that and just giving them a new definition. There are lands, however, that have been taken out of agricultural production, and those show up on page 4 of the agenda item in the acreage descriptions.
Thanks, that's helpful. And the other thing that I'm wondering is whether, in fact, at this point, based on this sort of analysis that Andy's showing us, whether there's a map that shows where the checkerboard squares are that are transition area and where the areas that are removal are, just so we can get a sense of how cohesive the land layout is.
Yes, we definitely have that map, so we can get back to that when we're discussing this.
And that is actually shown on this map here, and certainly one way to get at it, but we can also provide that in other ways to the board.
Mark, I'm still a little confused on the managed irrigable dichotomy.
Sure.
So on the map, so you said that there are some managed lands that are irrigable, but there is a designation on the map of irrigable lands.
Yes, and that's what's intended to be shown. So if you will, the managed lands are the base of the palette. That's the open space land we're talking about.
Right.
Some of the lands that are open space, managed by open space, are irrigable, and those are the ones that are shown with the stippling.
So when the assertion is made that that some of these designations have been changed from irrigable lands to managed lands is not accurate.
I think by and large, no. There are some instances where on that map it shows as irrigable, but we did not buy water rights with that property. So in those cases, they do not show up as irrigable. And also, Amy Wilhite, the Water Resource Administrator, we created definitions because there was a lot of confusion around irrigable, irrigated,
right.
And that did in fact change a couple that they're historically irrigated, but because they weren't in that 10-year period of what that definition was, so there were a couple of parcels that did change. That may have changed. I'm not sure. In the maps that I was looking at, I didn't catch any of that. So there could be a possibility that some small parcels did change. And there also is an interpretation when people from the public may believe a parcel is or has been irrigated, but we actually don't have water rights to do so. So those may not be perceived, or they may be perceived to be irrigable, but we don't consider them that way.
Andy, so you want to talk specifically about Anders, because that was mentioned as something that someone believed had been irrigated and was no longer being leased. But that could be for many reasons. It's not a reclassification of the property.
Right, the Andrews property, we are not going to lease it until we can get it in better shape. That is one where staff will likely take over management, but I don't think we depict that on a map anywhere.
We can work with the individuals who pointed out these discrepancies, but they're probably pretty small scale compared to kind of the questions that we're trying to get at today. However, if there's certain things that the board needs to know about that, please let us know. We'll make sure that we can.
Sorry to move back real fast, but I guess we're in clarifying question mode. You did a great job presenting the acreage, and I see density averages. Do we have any data on change in density averages?
We really don't. So what we have for densities is published literature, as well as the densities that we've found when we've actually relocated a colony. So how many per acre there actually were once we've captured all of them. Doing density counts is incredibly labor intensive because it requires repeated above ground counts, because with an animal that spends a lot of its time underground, it's very, very difficult to get accurate counts. On the acreage and the number of colonies that we manage, which is well over 150 colonies and about 4,400 acres, it's just not a feasible thing to do. So we don't have any real data on changes in densities. Anecdotally, some properties are a lot higher density than others. That certainly is the case, but we just don't have the ability to measure that.
So the 3% number, it's possible that the total growth of the population is larger than 3% potentially if density is rising.
Again, that is just a spatial growth of acres occupied, not individuals.
And the 7% is obviously more than double the 3%. So where are the high density areas if they're not in the northern project area?
So again, we're not talking about densities. We're just talking about acres occupied. And what we've seen is that plague moved through the southern half of our system far more recently, and those populations are still recovering. And so growth rates tend to be far more rapid after plague than they are once prairie dogs have sort of filled in the suitable habitat. So we see growth rates on some of those colonies in the southern half of our system that are far higher. And so that brings up that system-wide average. In the north, where prairie dogs are occupying what is probably a lot of the suitable habitat already, those growth rates are a little lower.
Thank you.
And Heather, this is probably obvious, but when we're counting acres occupied, that's only on our land.
That's right. We have no data on private lands.
So a colony can expand on a neighboring land. That's not captured in our growth rates necessarily.
That's exactly right.
Thanks.
And so, Heather, just to be clear on the average, the population average, I think I'm okay. That's yours. Is 30. Is so that's the number that we're using as the average system-wide?
Yes, again, that's very much an average, and we will come back again and again tonight to the fact that we've had to make a lot of very broad assumptions so that we could compare apples to apples and come up with some numbers to discuss. In some colonies that will be low, in some colonies that will be high. But looking at the colonies in irrigated ag lands that we've relocated over the last couple of years, that's been pretty close to what we've seen.
So we're at about 8 o'clock. We have one more item for this part of the agenda, which was questions for Rob. And so we can do that now and try to make up the time as we move into the other parts of things. Do folks have questions for Rob?
I do.
Yes.
And this is from attending your meeting a few weeks ago. Would you just describe as succinctly as you can, you talked about a change in strategy that you folks have sort of arrived at after a lot of years, and maybe you could encapsulate that for us, because I thought it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, Boulder County went through a revamp of our prairie dog policies and and plans back in 1999. And it's evolved over the last 20 years, and what we have learned is that early on, our primary means of removal, and we have a designation for irrigated, well, any cropland, dry land or irrigated, that we call no prairie dog areas. And that is, it's agricultural land. There are some restoration areas, revegetation for grasslands, but overwhelmingly 99.9% of the land is agricultural land, dry land or irrigated cropland. So our initial methods of removal was almost all prairie dogs ended up being euthanized, but it was through live trapping. We would live trap and then euthanize with CO2. Those prairie dogs were donated to the Ferret Recovery Program and the Birds of Prey Program down by Broomfield. Very small number of those were kept alive. Most of them were euthanized. So we had an internal policy, did not come out of the official policy, that thresholds for, we would live trap first, and to a threshold of approximately 50 animals per colony. If we could get it down to 50 animals, then we would initiate poisons. And at that time, it was phostoxin. Since about 6 years ago, we eliminated phostoxin for all kinds of good reasons. What we found out was we were coming back year after year after year to the same properties. We developed a database that tracked every action we did with regards to prairie dog removal, trapping, any poisoning, backfilling holes, everything. The hours it took, the dollars we associated with it. We had to buy property. We could sort it all kinds of ways. And we just saw that we were coming back year after year after year to the same properties because we could not get them cleared. So long story short, we discovered that, and there's good reasons for that. Going through the development of the planning process for the policy, that was not long after the plague of the 90s, where prairie dog populations were decimated not only in the county, all over eastern Colorado. And frankly, we came out of our planning process just being amazed that we would have the ability to do lethal control at all. We didn't want to blow that. So we didn't want to go too fast, too quickly, and start a lot of mistrust. We wanted to be careful. In retrospect, I think we were careful to a fault. I can give you some numbers, and this kind of tells the story. So here's just a number of properties, and this is from the database where we track information, but one property, Loggerman Reservoir, up by the Loggerman Reservoir, we trapped for 12 years. And in that time, we trapped a little over 1,500 prairie dogs. By that time, we were also using in the beginning, when we started, we had phostoxin. It was the last resort. We also had carbon monoxide cartridges. And those were for areas where it just didn't make sense to trap. Small numbers of holes, that type of thing. So we've used cartridges all along as well. But over this 12-year period on the Loggerman property, 1,500 prairie dogs were trapped, $6,100 spent on cartridges, 9,800 burrows treated, 1,260 staff hours. We spent $68,000 roughly. The IMO property, which we co-own with the city, over a 12-year period, very similar numbers, 1,700 prairie dogs trapped, $12,000 spent on cartridges, 15,000 burrows treated, 1,500 staff hours, and the worst thing was it was exposing many thousands more prairie dogs to lethal control than if we had the ability to just go in 1 year and remove all the prairie dogs. And it was not until we started putting this information together and really analyzing that we knew that was happening. And frankly, it's the reason we put this database together. But the extent to which that was happening was appalling. So we have determined, we eliminate the thresholds we had for trapping. There's a couple things that have happened over time. We realized for ourselves that live trapping was not very humane. When you see a prairie dog in a live trap, it's extremely stressful for the prairie dog. And even though we held them for as small amount of time as we could before we euthanized them, it's just not humane. A lot of folks in the public realize that as well. The onset of, when the PERC machine came along, which is basically compressed carbon monoxide, it is a much more, in our view and in the public's view, it is a much more acceptable means of lethal control. If you've got to do lethal control, it's much more acceptable than FOS toxin. We got rid of FOS toxin. Poison baits, much more acceptable. So we started implementing using the carbon monoxide machines rather than trapping. We still trap, and there's places where it's very productive, but trapping is very productive in the beginning, and as time goes on, it becomes less and less effective, less and less efficient, especially if you're trapping the same property in subsequent years. And they learn. They roll the traps over to get the bait. They're very smart, and they would avoid the traps. So we still use live trapping in certain instances where it's very productive, and we're the main source of providing prairie dogs to the ferret recovery program and for birds of prey.
Can you just briefly describe those very productive, what a very productive area looks like? I mean,
A very productive area.
You mean for trapping? Or?
Yeah,
I'm talking
for
about
trapping.
productive in terms of trapping.
That's right.
Yeah, it's
for
any
what-
area that hasn't been trapped before.
Okay.
Yeah. The prairie dogs haven't learned about that.
Could you talk a little bit about a different strategy you're considering in terms of defining the areas you're going to try to control in a year?
Yeah, it's very critical that through experience, we discovered that you have to treat it pretty much as a battlefront. A property is a battlefront. You have to have behind you a place where there are no prairie dogs. And you have to go forward, and every property is different, depending on the geographic features, irrigation ditches, lakes, ponds. Basically, we don't want to have to go back and start over again. So we start from one end and clear the property and continue. If prairie dogs come back, we're pretty good at coming back and keeping them from establishing again. Leveling the burrows is critical. We have properties right now that have been cleared this year, and we have already, the tenant has been out, we have leveled the burrows, we're going to be planting grass, it's going to get irrigated again. So we don't want to start that cycle over again. That is working where we're doing it, and there's a complex of properties up around the IMO property, I think it's about 1,500 acres, and we think next year we're going to have it, in 2020, that we're going to have it entirely cleared, because we've used this strategy of basically treating it as a battlefront and moving forward and not jumping around.
Can I?
The problem with that is that other properties don't get, you have to let other properties go. and the populations are increasing.
So it's clear that some shovel work is required regardless of the methodology. Can you talk about why you chose the perk machines versus cartridges? The material we've been presented suggests the cost could be 4x higher for the machines. Tell me about that.
That's not our experience. Cartridges are effective early on as well. But again, prairie dog behavior that we see is they learn to avoid the cartridges. All I can think is that they backfill the hole. They learn that when that smoke starts, they learn how to backfill the hole because we see it happen. The first several times you come into a colony and use the cartridges, it's very effective. And then the effectiveness tapers off. Part of that, I think, is their learned behavior. That's my opinion, and some of our staff that are out on the ground all the time doing this. The other thing is that with dry soil conditions and certain soil types, the pore space in the soil simply absorbs the gas, and you just can't get enough down there. For whatever reasons, though, we observe effectiveness of the cartridges goes down. And to depend entirely on cartridges, we've never been able to clear a property. So we find the effectiveness, the efficiency with the perk machines to be much, much higher. It's slow.
Have you ever experienced any community conflict related to the presence of the machines, their visual presence?
Nothing significant, no.
And just to clarify vocabulary, you're saying when you use perk machines, it's carbon monoxide. When you use cartridges, it's carbon dioxide?
No, it's all carbon monoxide.
Even with the cartridges?
Yes, it's smoke. It's a smoke bomb.
There was some confusion in the community on that. I'm glad you pointed it out.
Yeah, and that's a common misconception that we've been dealing with for years. Now, we have tried carbon dioxide. We've been experimenting with carbon dioxide. It is even more acceptable in terms of humaneness, according to the American Veterinary Association. The problem with that is we have not been able, the volumes necessary, we haven't been able to find a way to logistically to get the volumes of carbon dioxide into the field, and it would require very large tanks on trucks, and it just doesn't seem to us to be plausible. We haven't given up on it, but
Rob, can you talk real quickly about the staffing requirements from your perspective on both relocation and the use of the perk machine? And at the meeting in January, you mentioned that the county was working with lessees to enable the lessees to also lethally control. Can you just talk real briefly about how that's working and what your sense of that is?
Up until 2019, we had a seasonal staff that we hired of 3 individuals, basically for about 6 months of the year, led by a person who's full-time there, 3/4 time, permanent. And Amy Schwartz has been doing that for us for 18 years. She's been working for us. So she leads the seasonal crew. At the end of 2018, we could see the need that we just spinning our wheels. And so we changed our strategy. We also went to the commissioners and described what was going on. That we were making gains, but not very fast. And we wanted to get away from the cycle of repeat lethal control on the same properties. Last year, 2019, the commissioners basically told us to go ahead and double our labor. They said, what are the alternatives? And we offered a number of alternatives, including treating during the moratorium. They chose, one of the alternatives was, we just need more hours of lethal control. And they said, well, let's go with doubling our labor. So they didn't give it to us, but they instructed us to put more labor resources toward lethal control. So essentially, we doubled the hours that we put toward lethal control. And that includes trapping, that includes the CO2 machine, or the carbon monoxide machine, the carbon monoxide cartridges. They also do mapping, so it's everything. They put up a little fence. But we doubled the resources, and we did double the removal. And that's
I'm just going to jump in, Rob. Thanks so much. I just also want to be mindful of our time. We're about 15 minutes into kind of our next section that we had about 25 minutes scheduled for about the assumptions associated with this. I don't want to, if the board still wants to move forward, I just want to make sure that if we can also work with Rob, if there's questions that we want to jot down, get those back as part of the packet in March as well.
Thank you. I want to hear a little bit more about.
I didn't get to the tenant control.
Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
Where we're at, we have 25,000 acres of land under agricultural lease, 17,000 acres of that cropland. We have between 4% and 6%. It's a moving target that is we have prairie dog colonies on. So we want to see that we're seeing at the rate we're going now, it's going to take us 6 to 7 years to have removal done completely, because our goal is it just becomes a maintenance issue to remove prairie dogs, and we're not subjecting large numbers of prairie dogs to lethal control, and that money can go toward something better. We need more hours, and one of the things we're doing is, with the spending the money that we've been given, we've gotten very efficient, we think, in what we do and how we do it. One of the ways that we increase the hours of lethal control is basically through the tenants. So essentially, we have a permitting process which involves training, and we permit the tenants to treat prairie dogs under our direction. Our methods, the place, it's pretty tightly controlled.
Does that include both perk and cartridges?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We have 5 machines. At any one time, one of them might be down for repairs. But we make those machines available usually on the weekends to the tenants, but there's exceptions to that.
And what does your oversight consist of?
We tell them, we work with them, and we write it down in black and white, how they do it, when they do it. They have to report back to us, how many burrows they treated. That's a condition. We indicate on a map where it's okay to treat and where it's not. It's pretty tightly controlled.
Thanks.
The one issue that is important is when we first made the perk machines available to the tenants, everybody was volunteering to do it. And we saw pretty quickly that they realized, hey, this is expensive. They were paying folks to do the treatment, and it was getting to be significant costs, thousands of dollars. So now we are taking part of our budget, our operating budget, and we're paying the tenants. They've got to have some skin in the game. We're not paying entirely, but for the most part, they're paying $20 an hour, and we're paying $15 for them to pay their employees. It's expensive.
And the people that can do this are strictly the lessees, your lessees?
The lessees or their employees, as long as they've been trained by us, as long as they've undergone the training.
So it can be people other than the lessees. The tenant could bring
They're
4 or
hired
5
people?
other people with them.
Yeah, if they were present under their direction, they could, yes. Family members, hired people.
Neighbors?
Yes. It could be. We haven't seen that.
Okay.
It's not our preference.
How many instances have you seen tenants reporting back burrowing owls and canceling treatments?
Our Our tenants, our prairie dog crew has reported most of the burrowing owl sightings on our irrigated, or on our agricultural lands. They're pretty well trained. And Amy has been around a long time. She has discovered burrowing owl nests many times. Yeah. And when we discover a burrowing owl nest on cropland, we stop. We have a whole process for dealing with that.
Okay. I'd like to suggest if there are other questions for Rob or for the county that maybe we can get those from the board members and then get with Rob and get those responses as part of the packet for March.
Sure.
Great. And thank you so much, Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
You're welcome. It's deja vu all over again.
So a couple of things. As we move into the study session questions, I wanted to make sure that people who may be watching or people in the audience are aware that there are handouts that include not only the agenda, but also include information associated from the packet, materials with the particular questions that we'll be going over. It just might be an easier way to kind of follow what we're doing here. The information will also be up on the screen if you like, but there are handouts over on the table, and you're certainly welcome to use those. If we run out, I just ask that people share. So that, given the board and council's direction to expedite the process, we have about a month between now and our next meeting where we'll be coming with final recommendations. And it was, I think the board and the process group's recommendation that at this study session we have an opportunity to start interacting around some of the intermediate work products associated with what you'll be seeing in March and have an opportunity for dialogue about those. And so we have a set of assumptions, some potential prioritization factors, a couple of packages that you've heard some members of the community reflect on, spending and staffing levels, and then also we want to make sure that if there's other information that the board is expecting to see, that we know what that is, so that when we come in March that we're prepared to do that. So this is kind of the opportunity we've got for that. The first part of that are the key assumptions. If you're looking at your packet, you'll find these in agenda item 3, page 9. And these are the areas where the staff has kind of the highest level assumptions about what we're doing and what some of the things that we're trying to achieve through this project. You'll also note that there are assumptions associated with estimating costs and putting together the packages. So those are kind of finer scale assumptions. So these are 13 assumptions that staff put together. Want to make sure that these make sense, and we're interested in seeing if the board can affirm these, or if there are others they'd like us to consider, or if there's some on this list they'd like to see changed or even potentially removed. So we can go around. It might be useful to know if by a show of hands, if there are board members who have something to say about these assumptions. Okay, so Dave and Kurt and Tom. And so maybe it would be useful just to start with one person and see which ones those are, and maybe that'll address some of the other person's concerns as we go along. Dave, do you want to start and just tell us which ones?
Tom should have priority.
Tom.
I was just going to add assumptions.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to do that separately, but and try to keep this high level. Sorry. The first is that the public should be, keep the public informed, make sure this is a transparent process, particularly on the back end, to make sure we have good reporting on what we've done, where we've done it. So both sort of a transparency, keep the public well informed about this assumption. The second it relates to making sure that the receiving sites, I think everything we have here at least appears to be the sending sites, but just reaffirm what I think is probably obvious, that we need to make sure that we are being sensitive to the ecological health of the receiving sites. Maybe that's built a little bit into I, but I would specifically call out that, any relocations needs to be done with an eye towards the health of the receiving site. And the third is to has to do with the Prairie Dog Working Group to make sure that we are, not entering into any conflict with the Prairie Dog Working Group to sort of affirm and support the activities that they are engaged in. Or if there is some conflict, to make sure we've specifically kind of called that out and been thoughtful about why we're proposing something different. But absent that, to assume that, we want that process and, to continue forward.
So if I could piggyback on that real quickly, I have told people that actually the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations that we reviewed and approved, so those kind of priority one recommendations that were going to be integrated in the 2020 work plan, were actually the foundation of the management plan for prairie dogs, and then these subsequent or additional potential package options were based on that. So the priorities that we agreed on would be in place, and then these packages would be added to those efforts. And so I think it would be worth providing a little clarity that that's the expectation. And so the way I did that is I said, well, the status quo may be perceived as the foundation, and then if we want to do additional efforts, then the package options come into play. If that makes sense.
I think that's exactly accurate.
Okay.
Hiring Tori was in an effort to have the capacity to move those forward this year. So that's certainly our intention. Now, as you said, the status quo has funding and staffing to move forward with it. As you'll see, as we move through the packages, there are some potential impacts to that as we increase the scope of the potential packages, just because resources are not infinite.
Right, so those potential increases then would be for staff and board review as far as additional funding and staffing requirements.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Tom?
I have a couple.
Dave, are you done?
No.
Keep talking.
Well, again, this is springboarding off of kind of where Tom was going. I was a little perplexed in the board memo. I've written down there's associated species. I'm just a little concerned that we be a little more specific, so we add wrapped some kind of identification of what those would be. So there would be kind of a spectrum. There may be mammals, there may be birds, there may be insect. There may so that we give an example, some examples of what those might be, so that there's more clarity on what that is. And then in addition to that, on the restoration, I think it's worth putting in, that some of these areas may be the effort made to restore to native grasslands, others to, agricultural production, which would be hayfields or cropland or whatever it is. So I think any additional specific clarity that you could bring to the assumptions would be helpful.
So with regards to the associated species, we do have in the grassland plan, for example, management indicator species associated with several of the prairie dog and associates, which is the name of that, conservation targets, management objectives. So that might be a place that we would go for those.
That'd be great. I just think, Mark, this is kind of, the context for this is kind of public counsel, and so we probably ought to include some of that information because there will be people who haven't read the grassland plan or maybe not so familiar with exactly what's being referred to.
Yeah, and I think we can make sure that that's included in all future material. There definitely is a list of associated species and sensitive associated species.
And it doesn't have to be exhaustive, but I think there should be kind of examples.
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks. Now I'm done.
I've got a couple suggestions for additions. And the first one could actually be an extension of B. B says, quite appropriately, we want to be efficient so that we're removing or applying lethal control to as few prairie dogs as possible over the long term. I think an ancillary goal there is that we want to reduce, over the long term, the outmigration of prairie dogs and resulting lethal control by OSMP neighbors. The other goal that I would add here, and I don't know where you would want to do it, but I'll just read what I've got. I would say it is a goal to ensure that OSMP's continued efforts to conserve black-tailed prairie dog species and suitable habitat are not diminished by control of prairie dog on irrigated lands. And that's just something we need to keep an eye on. It's similar to making sure we're not affecting the associated species that you talked about. And I guess one, a specific example of that would be that if we need to keep repopulating the southern grasslands, then we would maintain some amount of trapping and relocation going on all the time, probably, in order to make sure we'd met that goal. I don't know.
Any other assumption-related changes, additions, recommended deletions?
Yeah, I'm looking at item K, work with existing staff if possible. And also I want to tie it to your point, Tom, related to transparency. I want to express to my co-trustees that I think given the emotional and spiritual import of these types of decisions, that it is important for the community as a whole to bear these responsibilities, and the involvement of lessees is an important part of such an undertaking if we do authorize it. I think it relates to K. I think it's wonderful to work with existing staff if possible, certainly, but I almost feel more importantly an element of making an effort to work with our lessee community who knows the land upon which we'll be acting most intimately. Related to your point on transparency, I also feel somewhat strongly that it is our responsibility as some of the leaders in this conversation to take responsibility for this public process that we're engaged in. I do think that if we bring community members into the process, we should also be respectful of the level of paperwork and disclosure and public recording that is going on related to individual parcels. I don't feel that we want this to become a tomato throwing opportunity on the internet in public records, and that it is up to us sort of in this public process to take some of that weight.
So Hal, if there is a way that we could address that through changing the assumptions, I just might ask for something a little bit more specific.
How about work with existing staff and the lessee community?
Okay, we got that.
Yeah,
Okay, great. It was the second piece about the board's responsibility.
It was just related to the topic of transparency. I know there's a lot to discuss there, but.
Great.
Mark, I have one other I guess, suggestion in C. So if we choose to remove prairie dogs, that is effective, efficient, and humane. We've had some comments about that notion should be incorporated in the purpose statement. And so I think that if we can kind of weave that into what we're saying, because I think the comments that, staffing and, some of the more bureaucratic elements of the purpose are from the departmental perspective, but in fact, from the community perspective, this is, I think, really important.
The suggestion that this be elevated out of the assumptions?
Well, I think we can keep it in the assumptions, but it's, kind of also in the purpose statement.
Okay.
So that there's that continuity or thread between, that people can see, purposefully, this is what we're doing, and then assumptions are that that's what we're going to do.
At this point, I don't think we have a purpose statement, but we can certainly work to build one.
Well, in that case, I suggest we should have one.
We have the council motion, which we can append this to as part of the feedback that we got, if that's what the board like to say.
I'm happy however you kind of think is appropriate.
Great.
And I want to go back and raise my hand and ask about something that I think is included in the transparency, but I want to make sure it is overtly. And that is, according to the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations, we have an annual meeting to report what's going on. And I think it's really important that what we're doing in this project be part of that annual reporting to the public about what we're doing. Both as part of the transparency, as part of the evaluation of what we're doing, and it should include, in my mind, not just the treatment area that we're talking about tonight, but the receiving sites and what's going on in the southern grasslands as well, as part of that reporting back and giving everybody a view of what you all learn when you massage the data in your regular work life, but to make that overtly public.
Great.
So it's an annual report on prairie dog conservation and management, broadly.
The whole thing, yeah.
The whole thing.
Writ large, yeah. And I think that was fairly consistent with what staff did this year as part of the October 23rd meeting.
Yeah, as long as we're all
Great.
on
No, but
record
that's
as
good to have
agreeing to that.
Yeah, and we can include that. Great. Well, can we move on from assumptions to the next thing? And just so folks know that what was on the screen here were summary. We couldn't have fit it all on one screen, and on page 2 of the summary were the verbatim assumptions that appear in the materials from the board. So,
And they're the same as what's in the packet, right?
Exactly the same, yeah, what's in the packet. The staff recommendation that you'll see in March is going to be strongly shaped by the factors that are most important for prioritization, as you can imagine. So consequently, we're interested in hearing from the board members about which factors should be most emphasized as we develop a set of on-the-ground actions. Staff will use this information to inform how actions can be best implemented and also work to ensure that actions address more than one of these prioritization factors. So in addition to wanting to know which of these are most important to the board, we will also be looking for strategies or on-the-ground actions that address as many of these prioritization factors as possible. So those are both ways that we hope to achieve high leverage or strategic action on the ground. So what we're looking for here, again, kind of similarly, is whether these are the right prioritization factors, and get an idea about which of these or others the board would like to see staff emphasize to inform our implementation.
And maybe you should clarify whether the prioritization factors themselves are prioritized, or is it just an undifferentiated?
No. Yeah, we probably should have lettered them or given them stars instead, but no, they are not.
And
not currently.
I would just add that, part of the purpose of really wanting to discuss this with you is that when we do look at implementation and what will actually happen on the ground, in some cases we can hit multiple ones of these on the same property. In other cases, one prioritization factor would lead us to do the removal in a different place than a different. And, I think the county found that with the most lessees versus the area that you can actually keep them out type of a trade-off. And so I think that there are those types of trade-offs between all of these that in some cases we can meet multiple priorities, but in some cases they would lead us to different action plans.
Is it, would it be fair to say that the meta factor is effectiveness? Because you can't achieve any of these other goals if you're ineffective, if you're having to do it over and over again. And so I would just share that for comment by the board. I think we, based on the experience of the county and everything else we know, it seems to me the first goal has to be when we have a plan, we want to make sure that we can effectively accomplish the plan and that we won't be doing it over and over and over.
And
Kurt, is that number 3, or is that a slightly different one?
Well, I would just move it to the, to almost be a meta factor that the first thing you have to evaluate when you're putting together a plan is, are we able, with the resources we have and everything else we know, to use our resources effectively and efficiently there? Because it may be the highest area of neighbor conflict, but if it's an area that we can only clear and re-clear and re-clear, there's no point. So I'm just suggesting that the initial screen has to be on our ability to be effective. And then beyond that, you can prioritize areas or groups of areas based on some of these other factors. And again, that's just my view of the problem.
And I'd like to ask a question that's based on several of the comments in public testimony, plus what I heard Rob saying. And that is the concept of going from an area with no prairie dogs or very few prairie dogs on into an area with high density occupancy. And I'm wondering if you agree with that concept or not.
Well, I think to the degree that you don't have prairie dogs coming at you from all sides where you're removing them, that's certainly helpful. So that notion that behind you don't have prairie dogs re-invading certainly makes a lot of sense to me. I think on our landscape, that notion will make sense in some places and not in others. Some, we have contiguous areas where you could be doing something like that. Others, it's individual colonies, and the area that they are likely to move back in from is not open space.
That's the problem.
And so I think in those, that notion will have some limitations.
And that idea came clear through some of the public comments and some of the things you heard today. Initially, I think we were looking at kind of a simplistic and linear remove, exclude, restore model or approach.
Right.
There may be times when exclusion is accompanies, or maybe a different kind of exclusion accompanies or has to precede removal, because as Heather said, you can't be removing if there's just a constant inflow and there's nothing stemming that.
And I think, as Mark said, in all of our packages, those do include installing barriers after the removal. There may be some situations in which that's not necessary.
Or it needs to be done before?
Or it may need to be done before. Certainly with our removals this past year, one of the properties, we were able to remove all of the prairie dogs. The private landowners to the east don't have an interest in doing control on their property, and so that's one of those situations where a more significant barrier will be necessary long-term. So that will be sort of the metal barrier option versus the less substantial barrier. So I suspect there are probably other areas where that will also be the case.
Thank you.
And I think we'll run in, our system might be a little more bounded than the counties, so to speak. We have more neighbors, I think. But also, as we push back towards some of our protected areas, we'll have to be strategic about barriering in those locations.
A couple thoughts. One was priority number 6, properties where prairie dogs have recently colonized or expanded, to me is just an example of a broader concept, which is really where are the properties where for probably the smallest number of prairie dogs, whether we're moving them or killing them, we can get the greatest benefit. I think it was to the point that Eric Skokin was sort of making, that there may be a property which has a relatively small current occupation, and the thought being, gee, you might get that back down to 0 at relatively low cost to ourselves and to the prairie dogs. That certainly makes sense to me as a priority, but it's part of kind of a broader point that where you can get the greatest benefit for the smallest impact to the prairie dog, that's the priority, of which number 6 is probably an example, but maybe not an exhaustive example.
So I think what you're saying is the metric isn't just how many dogs you remove, but how much area you prevent from occupation. And that may be stopping a small occupation now.
Early,
yeah.
Yes.
Well, but the whole thing depends on the whole map, right?
Yeah. I think the point, though, you're getting at, Tom, is sort of maybe the difference between an overhaul and sort of maintenance. And I think these smaller areas where they're going to pop up. That's a maintenance, kind of as Rob was alluding to, it's an ongoing maintenance need that we're going to have forever, potentially, with in-migration coming from areas that we have no control over, for example. But it's the question on this priority is whether that should be something that we focus on is some component of maintenance, or do we go attack the major areas that are affecting our tenants with the largest problems and that sort of thing first? And that's sort of what we were hoping to get a read on a bit on that one.
This is a fairly standard issue, even with weeds. It's kind of the spot fire versus the blazing inferno. But where do you invest your effort?
So what's the answer to that?
You have a study session and ask the wise people.
Ask the board.
So before we go into the proverbial weeds in that regard, on this question, I have a couple of thoughts. Mark, I think there's remains confusion out in the public that we're talking about 1,000 acres and 3,000 prairie dogs, kind of right off the bat. And I think what we want...
30,000.
Well, then...
1,000 acres and 30,000 prairie dogs?
No.
No?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Actually, yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
So I think we ought to still make some effort to be clear on what it is we're talking about. And so in that regard, I think potential factors for prioritizing removals probably should say on irrigated agricultural lands, because that is the focus. And I'm not sure, and we heard some comments this evening that I think people really aren't understanding that completely. And so I think we ought to take great pains to do that. And so in that regard, and I may be confused on this as well, in Table 1 in our board memo, on page 4, it says acres, irrigable land no longer leased and occupied by prairie dogs, acres in the project area are 254, right? So the question was, well, is that going to be the target for removal? And I may have leapt prematurely to the affirmative, and part of that was because in proposed package E, it says up to 242 acres. And so in my mind, it's like, well, maybe we're targeting, those areas like the Bennett property, for instance, that, have kind of the most resource degradation as the highest priority. And so I think we ought to take some pains, and probably the discussion in the next few minutes will help do that as far as, okay, what are the priorities? Because what I heard is, well, we thought Cushman and Lover were the priorities. And so I said, well, yeah, those are priorities. So I think we got to be clear on exactly what we're talking about.
And I think that's exactly what we're hoping to get from you, because I think that there are a number of those priorities, all of which have merits.
Right.
And certainly one priority factor, which I don't think that we had up there, would be looking at those acres that aren't currently leased and starting there. So that would be another way that you could.
Because we made some efforts on Bennett, to kind of do a number of, management actions, evaluate the effectiveness in that. So I guess I made the quantum leap that some of those areas would probably be priorities simply because of the degraded resource situation.
Okay, so based on your quantum leap, do we want to add that as a priority, prioritization factor, is to prioritize those properties that right now are not under lease that would get back under leaseholds? Because that, I don't think is captured, is that right?
It's not, no. And I think as long as you're saying not just that you made that quantum leap, but that it seemed like a good quantum leap, then we should go ahead and add that.
So I guess
we'll see if anyone thinks that.
My question would be, to argue the other side, yes, it's good to get ag lands that are no longer being farmed or ranched back into production, but we've got a lessee that's trying to work existing lands. And to me, that would argue the other direction. Right. So, but I don't know.
Well, so Kurt, what I was going to go with that, if we add that on, then I was going to demonstrate why it's really important that you guys try to help us determine of all of these, what is higher priority, because those two approaches would land at a different strategy.
Right. Yeah, I guess I would come out where Kurt came out. That is, other things equal, I would rather, if we can save a currently operated land from sliding out of agricultural use, that other things equal is a higher priority than one that's slid out. Now, I don't mean to say that restoring Bennett is unimportant, but if we're just prioritizing, I think I'd come out in the same place.
So if it's important, should it be important enough to prioritize and then it could be down below, or not even put it on the prioritized list?
We have grassland plan goals that suggest that all irrigated lands should be leased. So that's their supporting, not taking it completely off the list.
And we have Marcus out there trying to revegetate it and restore the soils.
I mean, presumably that was important enough that we made an effort and invested money to do that. And so what I'm seeing is that, yeah, there's probably got to be a mix that, there's maybe some properties that, need to get some attention because they aren't in production or aren't being irrigated. And then, yes, there are other properties that I agree that, kind of are currently producing, but are kind of declining in production capability.
And that brings reality to me to the acreage numbers on pages 11 and 12. Because if Bennett is 240 acres, is that correct? Is that
I think it's 60-ish.
I think it's 70.
Oh, 60, okay,
Yeah.
or 70, okay.
Somewhere in there.
I was hoping to, I thought this was a beautiful slide and very well done, but as I do hear the conversation, I do think it is worth mentioning that the revenue generating potential of an opportunity probably should be considered by this department. Yep.
The level of restoration effort is going to be important, I think, as you're suggesting.
Yep.
We did go through some restoration efforts in the last plague event, like in 05 or 6, where we were able to take areas that were recently occupied and get them back into production very quickly.
Yep.
Places like Oasis plagued out, and we tried to take action by removing, tilling, removing burrows, but they reoccupied so quickly that we didn't have opportunity to get it restored. So it will be, we will, I'm sure, look at some kind of condition assessment to inform that.
So not to make it more difficult, but just within those leased acres, we also have a couple of different approaches that could be taken there. It would be focusing on those most heavily impacted leaseholds, or trying to have the benefit have an impact on the most lessees. So just something to consider there.
Or doing for any one of those lessees that has large acreages to remediate or get rid of move the prairie dogs from an part of the acreage that was still productive but being invaded, so that that lessee would have that land to use. I mean, there's just, and the other variable that I keep coming back to is contiguous land. So you have to look at what's next door.
Right. And to build off that, I know we keep adding priorities, so I would deprioritize number 2 in the following sense, that I think the mere head count of how many tenants it affects, I don't want to do something superficial because we can do it for a lot of tenants. That to me is, that kind of head counting operation is not what we're driving towards. And certainly if you had a piece of property that's, we said, well, we don't think this is a good candidate, but if it got subdivided so that we now had 2 tenants, that wouldn't to me change the priority just because you now had, 2 different constituents. I'd be much more interested in the property and the context of the property, the contiguity that Karen was talking about, than the sort of happenstance of whether you've got how many different tenants are working that.
May I ask, is the point of this that when you come back in March, you will have a map that shows your approach to how to proceed?
So there,
level of specificity.
Yeah, so, and there are a few reasons for that. I mean, it's, one thing that's always very challenging with this is that prairie dog populations change very, very quickly. And so
Yeah.
even the mapping information that we're using now that was collected in September of 2019 is out of date. And will be even more so next month after pups are born. So.
But then you have to apply for permits that are going to take place months away.
That's right. And certainly our relocations, we are starting to look at where we might be doing those this year, but we look the year of that. So looking out at a several-year plan, it's very difficult to get as specific as which property because those conditions just change so much.
So once we get some overall guidance, and just like we did, I believe this fall, we came to you and said, here's what our plans are for 2019, 2020.
year.
And that's where we were able to lay out specific areas in an annual sort of look.
And so the ask today is so that we can include these prioritization factors. Maybe the thing to do would be to look for a top 3, and then the others, are somewhat equal. And one of the things that I'm starting to hear is that the keeping things in agricultural production and revenue generation both they go hand in hand, because if something's in production, there's some level of revenue generation. So that one seems to be kind of bubbling up from a number of the board members. And then the
And just for
effectiveness.
reference, those are numbers what?
I think they're both actually maybe new.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, so then the effectiveness writ large, and probably closest to number 3, but maybe expanded beyond that, is sort of the top level. I think we want to make sure what we do is going to work. We want to make sure it's going to work for existing agricultural operations that are generating lease revenue. Yeah, so I think that's.
I think that will be a lot, actually. I think if you're trying to do too many things, you end up with scattered efforts and efforts that aren't as effective as others, I think.
Maybe just the one then to clarify is that since we heard so much about neighbor conflicts, that would not be one of our highest priorities. If we can get the mutual benefit like Andy described in his table, we would certainly do that, but we wouldn't seek that out, just to kind of confirm that.
Yeah, I think where it's an ancillary benefit, that would, be certainly appropriate.
And I think we also heard that from a lot of the neighbors, is that they're just expecting us, that there's an expectation if we take some action, it will have some cascading benefits to others. I mean, that.
So Mark, I have another question or suggestion. All of the listed prioritizing factors, all are properties. It strikes me that we ought to have some kind of system-wide, element. It may be the contiguity component that Karen's talking about, but a more landscape level, kind of notion woven into these priorities, so that it's not entirely, production revenue related, but there's also a landscape element to consider as far as determining where, in fact, some of our efforts might be.
Isn't the main landscape factor primarily to avoid soil degradation? I mean, because we are working on a specific, otherwise I'd like to be educated about what the landscape level import is.
Well, I think, soil erosion is certainly one of the factors, but for me, it's looking at, I guess, prairie dog colonies, so there's kind of a more of a biological element to it rather than simply a property component. Many of these colonies have been around for a while, and they've kind of, especially in the southern part, have kind of acted or interacted, at least somewhat appropriately. And I think if we weave in, some kind of ecological element to the consideration that's important. You know, and so in a fragmented landscape where there are possibilities, you know, to have more of a contiguous or more of a kind of ecosystem notion, that we ought to be considering that and not diminishing the lessee, you know, economic impacts, but also making sure that we consider some of the ecosystem elements as well.
You wouldn't want to treat part of a large prairie dog town and not the prairie dog town.
Right.
That goes that away for.
Right. And I think maybe two of the things that came to my mind as you were saying that is, rather than necessarily even use the word properties, we might talk more generally about lands or colony complexes if we're trying to focus in on the prairie dogs, but both from the standpoint of the ag landscape, so that there are agroecosystems around these irrigated fields. They're not devoid of any values. You know, there are prairie dog ecosystems if we remove the prairie dogs. But to try to create that, if you will, mosaic of these agroecosystems and then the surrounding other ecosystems.
That'd be great.
In the northern grasslands. That's sort of what you're talking about. I think we can come up with some language like that. Well, it's exactly 9 o'clock, which would put us very close to being on schedule to start talking about the action packages themselves if we're ready to move on from prioritization criteria.
And Mark, could you give us just a quick little sort of intro there? Council wanted an expedited approach, whatever that meant. And so some of our discussions have been around near term and long term. And are we proceeding with that thought in mind? I mean, again, to illustrate.
I think there was urgency for the process.
For the process, an
expedited process.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right. And so I'll just to give an example, and this may be completely naive and unworkable, but one thought was, well, what can we do under all existing rules and regulations? Because we can implement it tomorrow. And then the next question is, well, what is going to take some amount of time, but not a year and a half? And I'm just wondering what your view of the sort of implementation landscape is as you guys have struggled with this.
That's a great segue into actually the first element of our implementation packages. Because in developing the preliminary implementation packages, if you remember in the January 6th packet material, it kind of concluded with the idea that there would be some implementation packages based upon the percent removal in these quartiles, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100% removal. I think as staff went forward to kind of come with on-the-ground options, they saw that taking the status quo and moving in these increments wasn't particularly going to be the best way to communicate or actually figure out how to work on the landscape. It didn't particularly provide for an annualized approach. It kind of just looked at one big hunk. How do you get rid of, how do you remove all of the prairie dogs from an area, or 50% or 75%? So that led to a kind of different approach that you see in the handout where we have scenarios A through E as well as the status quo. So
they're the same as in the packet, right?
Yeah, they're the same as in the packet materials. Just a little bit different though than what was initially seen as part of the the January 6th general approach. So part of that, though, is doing exactly kind of what, or approaching the question that, Kurt, I think that you just raised, is that we recognize that there might be some common elements or need to be some common elements in order to support these scenarios or these packages. And those are what show up here as the common elements. And correct me here, Heather, and jump in, Andy, too. If we have, what we could do with without these common elements, say 1 and 2, for example, we haven't approached it that way at this point.
You said 1 and 2, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, on these implementation packages, the common elements. So that would be in the handout on page 3, and then in the packet on page 11. So this is kind of the first part of talking about the implementation packages. There are these common elements that we want to make sure, and we're being transparent about. These are elements that apply in all scenarios.
Except for status quo.
Except for the status quo, which.
So
And I think
right
that's-
to conclude then that you guys have thought about this a lot, and your conclusion was it's so limited what we could do today, even with more money, that we really need to start looking at structural changes. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was part of the direction, right?
Well, yeah, I know, but we're always worried about time and how long things take.
Although
And so-
certainly the spectrum of those changes varies.
Okay.
And so, what it would take to accomplish 1 and 2 here, Val can speak more to, but as you move down in the table, you are more likely to pick up other elements that would need to be changed as well to allow for that. And because we provided 5 options, and there are however many you want to be between those options that we could look at, we don't really have a full evaluation of what those changes would be, because until we know exactly what they are, it's currently kind of too broad of a spectrum of options to really nail down what those changes would be. But once we know where we're focusing, then we can really nail down and for March have information on exactly what we think it's going to take to accomplish that.
I asked a few really specific legal questions and was well convinced that there's a variety of strategies they can use. I want to throw a small monkey wrench here. I think once you have a structure, we're back to thinking about these efficiencies. And I've just heard a number of things and read a number of things in the packet. I don't believe we're accurate on these financial estimates. And I think we need to take a closer look for the next meeting, because the county just sort of testified. In the packet, we printed a 4x difference between monoxide cartridges versus PERC. You're talking about an asset that's on your balance sheet that has depreciation, maintenance costs. So I feel like there's more important drilling down there that needs to be done.
You may very well be right, and we can take a look at that. There is one really key assumption, though, that's very important to these, which is we are looking at using contractors to do this, which is a fundamentally different model than what the county does. We don't have the equipment or the expertise on staff currently to do that work in-house. And so the differences between hiring a contractor to do that and what the county does with staff internally is very different.
Can we dig into that a little bit? Is the philosophical underpinning there that it is more expedited to use a contractor because?
Yes.
At least initially.
So Heather, can we, on that, what Hal's saying concerns me a little. Can we, when we present this to the board and the council, it strikes me that we might want to have a weighing of, what those benefits or costs are with those two approaches. Because I think, the county probably faced the same dilemma that we're facing. They didn't have equipment and they didn't have staff and they didn't have any of that stuff initially. And so the decision was made, okay, that's how we're going to do it. So it strikes me that that would be a worthy conversation to say, okay, here's one approach that, that we know works, and here's another approach that we know works. And so there's an ability to weigh what those costs and benefits are.
And I think in the past, we've gone both ways, not just with prairie dogs, but with other things that we've innovated around. When we first did visual barriers, we figured out how to do them ourselves by trial and error. And then we worked with a fencing contractor who kind of got an idea of what our experience was and then learned how to do that and then took that as part of a business model and took it broader. I think that we've also got the ability to start here where there are known contractors who do this, if we want to see how it works with them, and just that fundamental prioritization factor that you were talking about, Kurt, is it an effective tool for us in our conditions? Would they, for any reason, be different than what the county experiences because of soil type or landscape type or who knows what else? Get that experience, and then we could feather in the development and training of our staff capacity over time, and the infrastructure investment might also have to be phased in over time.
And that's
But
why
also-
I think it's worth being explicit about the time frame that we're looking at here. This is not our forever package.
Right.
I mean, are we really looking at, well, this is what we're going to do for the first 2 years, and it's a separate question about whether we should be, in the meantime, planning to hire staff, all those things.
You think you're on the exactly the right track there, Kurt, because some of these packages, would be a more or less our forever approach.
Right.
Because they might
Right.
take 40 years if we do it that way.
Yeah.
The others are much more short-term, so we needed to get a sense from you, are we looking at a super short-term deal, or are we looking at a, 8 to 13-year deal, or where do you think we should be in this framework? That will allow us to then, think a little bit more about what the approach looks like, how it phases, and what the cost would be.
So we're looking, though, John, even at the 500% package, at a 5-year, more or less a 5-year effort. And so.
And then a maintenance effort after that,
Right.
forever. Yeah.
Right. So it's, again, I think some people are thinking, all of a sudden the prairie dogs are going to disappear in a year or so, and that's not accurate at all. It's going to take time, no matter kind of what we decide, in order to accomplish what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we heard some of the comments tonight that we need to be more than the 500% increase. That's a huge lift. That is even that one. If you want us to move in that direction, that is an extremely large amount of work. If we're going to meet all the assumptions about being efficient, excluding them, restoring the land. I mean, that's just an enormous amount of work, and we're making the assumption that contractors would be available for this, but that might not be the case. We might not be able to get enough contractors to do this in 4 years. There are some unknowns, and there are going to be some unknowns. And we're just going to have to give you the best information that we can in March.
And I think something to keep in mind as well is in the table with all of the different tools, like John said, we have up to like 100% removal all at once. And we have to kind of remember where our starting place is, which is status quo. And so anything beyond status quo is really a fundamental shift for open space over the last 20 years. And so keep that in mind as we're deciding, how much different we're comfortable with as a community. And certainly, that we've been hearing very varied voices on that from the community. And so that's not an easy question to answer.
One of the concerns that I have in the budget estimates are, it looks, and I don't know about if this is a revised budget estimate from the memo, but in any event, in the memo, it looks like there's still a deficit or a disparity in accomplishing several of the packages where the funding sources have been identified. And so, in fact, my question is, okay, where is the additional money coming from in order to accomplish those identified increments?
We have, so just again to be clear, we do have this as kind of, we can jump here now, but we have this as kind of a third phase of the conversation around these packages. The first one was just to make sure whether these, whether the kind of common elements were understood. Okay. We weren't looking to prioritize them, but we just wanted to make sure that the role that these play as a fundamental component of going beyond the status quo is understood.
So can I, on implementation package item 3, I think one, I would break this into two. There really are two quite different things going on here. One is who does the work. The second is what is their goal. I think I strongly agree with the goal of 100% removal for the reasons we discussed before, that you want to solve the problem at a particular location, not just keep going back year after year after year. That goal is the same regardless of who's doing the removing. As to the question of the who does it, frankly, I'm relatively agnostic. That is, if it's more efficient to use contractors, and often in an early stage as it is, or you don't want to make an investment in properties that, physical assets that may just sit unused for large portions of the year, that's fine. If you make the judgment that, no long-term, you can do this more efficiently than contractors, that's fine. But I kind of feel like that's largely a staff call on what's the most efficient way to proceed. That's sometimes at a level that we're not very good judges of whether to contract it out or do it in-house. And there may be some learning that the answer to that may change over time.
So separate out.
I think those are two different things, and frankly, as I said, I'm relatively agnostic as to whether you do it in-house or contract it out.
And Tom, I think generally, I agree that I'm a little nervous about us telling you what's possible. I think you need to tell us what's possible given the resources. And maybe we weigh in on questions of, well, are we comfortable taking all the money away from the Prairie Dog Working Group projects? I mean, that's more of a policy question.
And we're getting there.
Oh, okay. So I guess where I am is, you tell me what you can do with certain amounts of resources, and maybe we can weigh in on priorities for asking for more money or, stealing from other programs or something like that.
And I think that's what, in a way, that these common elements are. These are more us telling you, if you will, gently, and saying, that we're trying to be transparent that this is the way that the cost estimates and the scenarios or the packages were developed. And so we can move on from this piece. Kind of the next question we had was...
Wait just a second. Hal has a question.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate a little bit for the public, as soon as we get to package B, we are talking about an annual cost that is competitive with the line item in the full year 2020 for the entire trailhead maintenance program. So I think it's really important people understand the size of the commitment. And I really think that we owe it to ourselves by March to dig deeper into the financial questions here. I do think there is an error in the packet. I think we need to go back, talk to the county, because it said $40 to $45, I believe it was, an acre on cartridges versus $230 on the perk machine. That's something we need to know the answer to, because it's a 4X difference. It's not a marginal difference. So it could well be that first number is low or the second one's high, but I think those are really important questions.
Rob is still here. I'm wondering if he could clarify it all, because I'm not sure that I completely understood his thoughts on that.
I'm just looking at these numbers. It's quick, but I think they're very high based on our experience in thinking about the sizes of properties and how much effort, time. And again, we have the data that shows costs and hours, and for the size of the properties. And I think the thing to do would be if our staffs could get together and we could go over that, especially with Amy, the lead person who's out there every day. I think these costs are very high.
Keeping in mind, though, that you probably have some economies of scale that we may never have.
And I do want to point out that
be.
I actually have sat down with Amy, and I do have that information from her. So I know kind of per acre what your costs are. Our costs include removal, exclusion, which is barriers on each removal area, and restoration following removal. So that is very important. The largest bucket here is barriers post-removal.
Yeah, barriers.
It's not the removal.
And that's, I was going to say it's on attachment F, but no, that's just.
While we're on that topic, can we?
Underneath the table is the calculations are based on the following assumptions.
Yeah, and so can we talk about that quickly? It says, when it says cost estimates do not include additional staff time required, and then FTE, full-time equivalent, 2,000 hours. Is that 2,000 hours in or out?
None of the costs include staff time. We often do not include the costs associated with current staff that are doing the work, so that's not in here. Right. And those additional FTEs that you see listed at the edge are not in those dollar amounts. That would be, if those were new staff, that would be added to that. And the cost of that would vary widely depending on whether those were temporary employees or standard employees.
And are contractor costs included?
Yes.
Okay.
But, yes, I think that some of those conversations, sounds like some of those conversations have already been built in some of the cost differentials, as, you know, as Rob probably knows from experience, that those barrier costs are real high and can really elevate things, and then restoration.
But I would really benefit from understanding the gas cartridges, because I did not get any information from Amy on that. It was just on trapping and then on perk.
Yeah. And if we can start to zero in on one or two packages, we can go back and work with additional information if there is any, and sharpen our pencils and really show more, I think to what you're getting at, Hal, is just like, how does that break down a little bit more and explain it better.
And also, I mean, I think, you know, one of the interesting things about being a board member, you don't have the inside experience. And to my particular mind, which is financially backgrounded, when reading the packet, the cartridges look obviously superior. So I'm really curious to know in March what
And we
the
have
truth is on that.
We have had some experience with cartridges as follow-up following relocations, because we do very limited lethal control after relocations. Our experience with that has been that it's a repeatedly applied technique in order to be effective. So that was our thinking behind not including it as the preferred method. Most public land agencies have really moved towards PERC as their primary in-borough lethal control technique, because I think of that much higher effectiveness.
I say this with all due respect, but a lot of municipalities love to buy nice equipment and buy maintenance streams into the future. And I just sit here as a community member trying to keep an eye on it.
And that is one of the reasons we were focused on contracting as opposed to buying assets. That was not what the assumption was.
And if I could just speak to the city's experience with lethal control, we used to use gas cartridges, and what we found, and there's some great papers on there, 97% effective, they're 90% effective, but what we found in practice, they were more like 65% effective. So we went back to the same spot 3 times, and we had not gotten rid of those prairie dogs. And when we went to PERC, we didn't have to return. So we moved away from the cartridges just from effectiveness, which is hard to read from the financial spreadsheet, just purely effectiveness aside from costs.
So the labor cost is going to be the big element in that as well.
And the effectiveness goes away. And then you have lots of retreats with the cartridges. So they're very useful to a point, and then for the same area, the efficiency will go down. Efficiency is high to begin with, it goes down, and I would say that that's pretty close, that's 65% efficiency. But
So it seems like we have some work to do, kind of explaining, you know, how the cost and efficiency relate to each other with the gas cartridges and PERC, and that's great, and that's a good thing to be transparent about and responsible. And you've heard a little bit about some of the thinking on that. I'm going to try to move us.
Before we move on, I have a question that keeps being sidetracked by other questions. And it has to do with this question of if our goal is really zero occupancy in transition and removal areas, then to what extent do we have prairie dog populations in the northern tier to relocate if there's a lot of plague in the southern area and we need that relocation to repopulate in the southern area? And I'm assuming that when you do your maps that show which properties you're planning on putting in what categories, that will show up on the maps. If that's true, I'm fine with going on. Otherwise, that issue, based on what we've heard tonight, is important.
A couple of points there. First of all, we do have prairie dogs occupying agricultural transition and removal areas outside of the study area. So those populations would still be targets for relocation. and not part of the packages that we're talking about here.
Okay.
It's not nearly the scale that we have within the study area. It encompasses the vast majority of them, but there are others. The other thing to keep in mind is that what we are talking about is removal of all acres on irrigable land within the study area. Those are not all transition and removal areas. There are also irrigable lands within the grassland preserves, grassland preserve, singular. There are a couple of multiple objective areas, and there is one prairie dog conservation area that are irrigable lands. So as we've defined the scope, it is not focused just on transition and removal areas. So there would also be those grassland preserve acres, if we only focused on transition and removal areas, that do have the ability under the grassland plan above 26% occupancy to be removed, or at any time in irrigated lands. So if those weren't included, we would still have those populations as well. But certainly outside of the study area, there are other conflict areas on our properties that could be sources for relocated prairie dogs.
And as any of these scenarios have a time frame, and the occurrence of plague is unpredictable, if it happened that plague came after the years to 100% removal had elapsed, then I think all the things that Heather say are absolutely right.
Okay.
If it happened before then, we would certainly be in the midst of a time where we had other options where we would no longer have to use lethal control. We would be able to use relocation. But again, there'd be costs associated with that. There's
Okay.
There are also, as we know from experience, source populations outside of the open space and mountain parks land system. We've worked very hard to create a priority for our own relocations, but if we ever got into an extremely dire situation, that also would be the potential. There's quite often people looking for receiving centers.
And in fact, Mark, as you say that, if we were getting to a point where we were getting close to that goal of full removal in the study area, we likely would have dropped below that threshold of which the board said that our properties should be the priority for relocation. And so we would probably be going back to the Prairie Dog Working Group prioritization for relocations, which would not have OSMP property on the top of the list. So we would probably be looking at those outside colonies.
Thank you.
Okay,
So Mark, I have one other question, and not wanting you to successfully move this conversation along too rapidly.
Your solicitude for the process.
Process is my product. So Heather, so this relates to restoration and the restoration cost estimates. Do we have some restoration success examples? And I'm concerned, it's kind of similar to what Hal's talking about as far as the lethal control measures. I'm concerned about kind of the restoration estimates as far as success rates. And so are we, in fact, talking about a more prolonged restoration effort than we're actually, budgeting for?
And I'm going to punt that to Andy, because that would be that would be his world. Yes.
All right.
So the restoration will come out of the Ag Stewardship Group. We did do some restoration on Boulder Valley Ranch and the Johnson properties after the last plague, and we were successful in returning some of the acreage to production. The challenge that time is we were not able to clear the property fully. So we cleared where they plagued out and restored those areas, but there were still seed populations on the property. So that restoration will be effective if we're strategic about how we do the barrier and do the removal.
But I think it's fair to say that years to removal does not also mean years to complete restoration.
Right.
There's going to be a significant number of years, in some cases, before things can be restored, especially if we've seen catastrophic losses of soil in that area.
Right.
We have techniques that we're looking at bringing in a lot of carbon and improving things, but it's going to depend on the state of the landscape. But certainly, the day we get removal done, and even if if we get our barriers up at that point, there's still going to be a lag for restoration time, and so there's going to be a budget.
So can the budget, I think if we can add some clarity on restoration to the budget, so there would be a footnote that says something, that the restoration costs are meant for X, and, but in fact, Y is, realistically what we're looking at as far as ongoing restoration efforts.
We did try to account for our costs, but not necessarily the timeline. So in a way, if those costs are borne over a longer period of time, it might attenuate them. But we can look more at that to see what that looks like.
Great.
It's probably more complicated.
Sort of on that, and this is my last, I promise.
Don't promise now.
Approximately $400,000 is currently budgeted for prairie dog management, including relocations, prairie dog working group, and other items. Tell me if I'm reading this right. Funding transferred from prairie dog working group projects at the maximum level was $130,000, but the right way to think about this is to take the total annual cost estimate, add $400,000, and then I know what I'm looking at for system-wide prairie dog elements.
Yeah, how does the 400,000 mesh with the numbers in that column?
So until you get to the point where you have exceeded the available funding, the status quo is that 400,000, and that's inherent in all of this. So that money will be, we will be doing those relocations. We will be doing the Prairie Dog Working Group items with that 400,000. And so,
Let's say we chose option B. Is the total system-wide prairie dog budget 450, or is it 850?
it's currently 400,000. If we took on package B,
Yep.
then the total budget of doing relocation plus this new stuff
Yep.
would be 250 to 350,000. So that is,
B for B.
No, that's A.
Yeah.
We're looking at.
oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at A.
Right.
Yeah.
So that 350 to 450 is the removal, the exclusion, the restoration.
Yep. And we're still doing the other, so the total is closer to 8, correct?
890.
Well, that depends on whether we would shift funding from like this Prairie Dog Working Group project line, some of that, whether we would or if we took that funding reallocated from that effort.
Okay. Where I'm driving is for March, for me personally, and I hope I have your support, to just get a more full overview of the system-wide breakout, what that is, what this new spending looks like, what it all added together is. Just because if it is 800 plus 4 at 1.2 million, we're talking about a big chunk of the reauthorization we just had.
And I think if we can focus in so that we have far fewer packages that we're analyzing, we can do a much deeper dive on them.
Yeah.
This was
Good.
definitely meant to be just a very surface look at it.
With that, Mark, do you want to take us to the packages?
Sure. Hearing no more about the common elements. So as we mentioned, we've got, I think you've read enough in the packet about the idea behind the programs here. So the status quo is described also in the packet material that you've got on the last page, along with the various, so page 4 of the 8.5 by 11 sheets. Status quo is in that shaded box. And you're probably familiar with that from reviewing the packet materials. And then the scenarios kind of vary in regards to a couple of factors. One is the degree of increase in lethal control, and then whether or not there is any relocation at all. So it's kind of a, if you will, a range of lethal control versus the use of relocation. And by the time you get to options D and E, there is no funding at that point being allocated for relocation, and those projects are fully based on lethal control. And then E has kind of the idea of getting a lot done immediately, and as John said, is a huge lift, but the idea being that we could get to a rapid restoration of the agricultural lands. Heather, and largely Heather, but with input from other folks, including the county, pulled together a table 4, which provides information kind of taking into consideration a number of factors that we thought would be of interest to the board, how like the total annual cost estimate, the time it would take for removal, and then, you know, matters of great concern to the community. What are we talking about in terms of the number of prairie dogs that would be relocated or that would be killed under these scenarios, estimates based on those densities, Dave, that we talked about earlier, 30 burrows.
30 animals
per acre, sorry, 30 animals per acre. And so that's what we've got. What we're looking for here, as we've been talking about, to help us in the time we have before the March meeting to take these deeper dives and provide a little bit more specificity on the implications, is to narrow this to a package or maybe 2 packages where we have board indication, guidance that that's generally in terms of hearing what we've heard thus far from the community about where we'd like to go. Heather, it looks like you've got something to add.
I do, but I will wait.
Okay.
Jumping back.
So that is, that is the intention there,
So before we move to that, I would like to return to Hal's question, which I did a terrible job of answering, and I apologize. So if you look at the status quo, we will be spending $200,000 to $300,000 on the status quo, which is the relocations and the barriers and the restoration associated with those projects.
So that's kind of the same number as called out below.
Yes, so that's 200 to 300 of the 400. The remaining money will be spent on other Prairie Dog Working Group items. So things like cost sharing with neighbors on barriers, other items, the plague management plan, other items that we're going to be working on in 2020 that are not part of the scope of this. So if you then look at package B, the difference between 200 to 300,000 is the adder. That includes the status quo plus what we would do new. And so we would then, at that point, be having to dip into the Prairie Dog Working Group money, plus if we're at the high end of that, also some additional money. The one caveat to that is that once you get down to package, I believe it's D, that no longer includes the status quo, because the scale of the work and the money is getting so substantial that we then are no longer doing relocation. So the money that was available, that we were using for the relocation, is now available for the lethal control.
Okay.
So that's why you see an actual reduction in costs at that step from
Is
C
that
to
the
D.
entire 400,000 then?
At that point, it would be, because we would need to be taking the entire 400,000 is not included in that annual cost estimate. It's still assuming that about 130 of that is earmarked for Prairie Dog Working Group stuff. However, this is so expensive that we would then need to take that 130,000 from the Prairie Dog Working Group implementation, in addition to an additional, if you're looking at D, $120,000 to $220,000 from other department.
So what is the parenthetical all funding?
That's all of the funding earmarked for the Prairie Dog Working Group. So at lower levels, if you're only taking 50,000 from the Prairie Dog Working Group implementation, you would still be doing some of the Prairie Dog Working Group implementation. Once you hit 130, that's the full funding identified for that, and so you wouldn't be implementing any of that.
So at that, in row D, you're saying there would be zero money for Prairie Dog Working Group projects?
Right. Another alternative would be you continue to do the Prairie Dog Working Group projects and find $130,000 somewhere else in the department budget.
That's what I assumed.
Right? But I was attempting to keep Prairie Dog money with Prairie Dogs to the degree that we could, and then only go above that when we ran out,
So in
essentially.
that next column, the funding reallocated, is that what you're talking about then?
That would then be in addition to using all of the Prairie Dog Working Group money for this. We would then need to also find another $120,000 to $220,000.
Right.
For March, if we could just parallel present in the options, what the working group is and what that is, and then total, that would be
Another column
just
of
helpful.
what is in the prairie dog as opposed to transferred from.
And again, hopefully we'll have a collapsed set of options because I was trying to fit it on one page.
We're resistant to that.
I noticed that.
Before I can deal with this table as a whole, I need to deal with one of the columns. And it's the one called total prairie dogs relocated per year. And for me to deal with that, I need to know about the receiving sites and the degree to which it's feasible to accommodate 1,164 additional prairie dogs
Every year.
in the receiving sites every year for 20 years or whatever.
So we've committed that as long as it's possible to accommodate those prairie dogs, we will be doing the relocation. I cannot tell you how long that will be. Plague is unpredictable. Population increases in the southern grasslands are unpredictable. It may be that we have plague move through the eastern grassland preserve and suddenly we're looking there at potential receiving sites. So the uncertainty with that is just too high to really predict it. So the way that we went to at least be able to compare apples to apples here is huge assumptions. There's assumptions that there's no plague in any of this. So we're looking out to 41 plus years of removal, and plagues never happened in that time frame. Is that reasonable? Probably not. Is 5 years reasonable? It may not be, but we just have no way to factor that into our evaluation, and so we just are holding it constant.
So given the conditions now, can you imagine there being receiving sites for 1,164 prairie dogs per year?
I would say at least for the next couple of years, yes. And after that is too far out for me to know what we're going to be looking at.
Climate, drought can radically affect the conditions on the southern grasslands or any of the grassland preserves. We've seen that happen before.
Yep.
Some of the pictures that you've seen with a lot of the dust blowing just happened after a couple of year drought period and high prairie dog population levels, but not necessarily population levels that were exceeding the standards in the grassland plan. So we,
I get
there's
it.
a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, I'm wondering, though, if we should add that to an assumption, that the criteria for receiving sites in the grassland is able to be met as an assumption, just so it's, we could add that as one of the bullet points.
Thank you.
I am happy to kick off the hard part of the conversation.
Go for it.
I think, the decision of doing ecosystem engineering or not is a bigger question, but once you have decided you're going to engage in that, presuming you decided it, I'm convinced by what we heard tonight and also in the significant work in the packet that in some of these lower tiers, you are wasting money, ultimately killing more prairie dogs, and that it's a worse use of taxpayers' funds and also worse for the community. If we've decided that there are certain goals we're trying to achieve, I think we want to kill the least number of prairie dogs and to do it as efficiently as possible given all of our other goals. So I am comfortable looking, basically we know that the relocation is traumatic to the animals. It's extremely expensive. I don't like the idea of the delta dust in our earth. I understand why that approach makes a lot of sense for non-irrigated lands in special situations in and around Boulder. When you're working with a smaller group of prairie dogs, but when you're talking about this level of acreage, this much land, I think it becomes a bit of a non-starter. With that said, the costs are exceptional on those higher levels, and so I hope we can sharpen up the pencil and think about it. One element, that we heard was we are being requested to do this by our lessees. I believe they're willing to help in figuring out how that factor can lower the cost of the project, sort of like this paying of the lessee cost-sharing program I heard about at the county. I think that's interesting to explore. I'll leave it there and let others.
And which rows were you alluding to?
The getting towards D&E and doing less or no relocation.
So the other argument for that, I'll just tail end on yours, is the idea that when you've got a population that's growing, the longer you take to control it, the more animals you have to kill. The other thing that I would just allude to, and I would even argue to add a column here, is we have a column that says prairie dogs lethally controlled per year, but it really should say prairie dogs lethally controlled by OSMP per year. And there should be a column next to it that's the estimate, and I know these aren't easy numbers to come by, that's the number of prairie dogs lethally controlled by OSMP neighbors per year. Because I think that's a big number, and it happens every year. And so again, the longer you take to clear irrigated lands and get to a equilibrium, if you will, the more years you have what I think are thousands of dogs being killed by our open space neighbors, many not through humane means.
And I would say tens of thousands based on the emails that we've received.
It could be, and to me, that's a big driver towards trying to move quickly if you're trying to reduce the overall number of dogs that are dying. And I think that's what we're about. So, and that's why I'm arguing to put something in there, because without it, you might think, well, why don't we just keep going the way we're going? We're only losing 40 dogs a year. This is the best way to minimize loss of prairie dogs to lethal control. But I would argue the opposite of that. And without the numbers, it's very hard for the public to understand that. So I'm going to argue, beg, plead with staff to try to come up with some kind of estimate there, because I do think it really matters.
And I think, as you said, it's a very difficult thing to do, because it's, you know, we've talked a lot about that. We know that, I think there's very strong inference that there is emigration from open space and mountain parks to surrounding private properties. Even if we don't have empirical proof of that, there's very, very strong inference, and I don't think anyone's going to doubt that. The degree to which those prairie dogs, the landowners on whose property they end up, choose to use lethal control is very difficult for us to substantiate that level ever. We could ask, we've heard from people, they've told us how much they've spent,
right.
But surveying, you know, all of our neighbors, that would be an incredible effort. So we could come up, and I think John's done some look at, you know, what emigration might look like, and we could come up with some proportion of those, but even coming up with a proportion of those that are lethally controlled, there'd be a lot of, it would be difficult to come up with strong.
And I don't want to push you in that direction. I guess what Karen's saying, and I feel the same way, is that it might dwarf the numbers in the column that we have now. I mean, it might, and if it does, that's on us. As you know, Councilwoman Young said this. We need to recognize it. We need to own it. And so if it is a big number, and I think there's a lot of evidence that it is, that's a significant part of our goal to reduce lethal application to prairie dogs, which would argue, again, just moving as quickly and efficiently as we can so that we are no longer a contributor to that amount of lethal control. And you might just put an asterisk or something that acknowledges that this could be a fairly large dynamic, but we can't estimate it. I think might be enough.
We've talked about some theories about to try to get to what you're after, and not quite ready to share those tonight. Sure. But I understand what you're getting at, Kurt. And even if we can't, whatever we did there would be many large assumptions around it, and
Sure.
I don't know how helpful it would be. That's one of the things I want to kind of confirm with the team before we talk about that too much more. But I totally get your point, and if we can't address it in a column in the table, we can certainly address it anecdotally based on what we've heard.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. If we can do more, great, but something that acknowledges that that's a driver of our decision-making right now.
Yeah, and it's not just numbers of dogs killed by neighbors. It's other things like poisons used and impacts to the environment, from what I have read over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
I sense I may be in the minority on this one, but so be that. I would not support DRE. I think that going to 100% killing of prairie dogs as our only means of removing them is, and will certainly correctly be perceived as a really radical change in policy. And we've been relocating. It's not perfect, but it seems like it's a successful policy. And I would certainly want to continue using that if 1164 is, with all the caveats that Heather gave us, if that's the logical number, that's the cap, I would keep that in place and not say, well, we're going to take that down to 0. I totally get the point that it's a lot cheaper to kill a prairie dog than it is to move it, but I don't think that's, it's certainly not where I am, and I don't think that's where the community is. So to the extent that's the policy behind D&E, I wouldn't do that. I also think a couple other points that are related to this. One is just...
Tom, can I interrupt just for a second? Sure. So the 100%, I'm confused.
D&E are only killing.
The 100%,
there's no moving.
Though I'm confused. You're suggesting or implying that that's prairie dogs, but it's actually acres that is the 100%.
No, well, what I meant was, so that in D&E, the 100% of the tool is killing. It's not a mix of relocating and killing, it's all killing.
In D&E, but I thought you were talking about B.
No. I was just trying, just saying, okay. Before we get to the question, from my perspective, I wouldn't do D or E, then there's the choice between, say, B or C is partly resource driven, but I was trying to articulate why I would not shift the mix so that the only tool in the toolbox is killing. I don't support that just as a kind of a personal ethical stance. And I also think it would be, a rather radical move where we stand in the community. I also think we ought to step back and remember how we got here was we said that there was a crisis really concerning 2 properties. That they were the ones that were of greatest significance and that were, at the greatest risk here. And that was the story that we told to City Council, and I think to a large extent, it wasn't the sole basis on which they authorized this to go forward, but it was a huge driver of that whole discussion with Council. And then to go from that proposition, that there are a couple properties that are really in urgent need of some attention, going from there to saying, well, let's just go to a program of 100% killing seems pretty far from where we were last April in our description of sort of what is the problem that we're trying to address. And even at that time, proposing any killing seemed like a pretty big move. And the last point I would make is I think Kurt and Hal are right that we don't want to get ourselves into a cycle where we've incompletely removed from a property and then you're just going through the endless cycle. And we just sort of discussed that back on key assumptions and priorities. But I wouldn't jump from that proposition to the proposition that we need to go to a program that uses only killing as the tool in the toolbox. Rather, that strikes me as an argument that we need to be smart about which properties we identify and saying, well, here's one that where we believe we can get down to 0% or as close to 0% prairie dogs as we can, be selective about that, be smart about that, and then be effective in implementing that. Yes, that does mean we're not going to be working on a huge number of properties. Certainly at any over a small number of years, we're going to have to be concentrated. But speaking for myself, obviously, I would rather pick a few properties where we can be successful, make a big difference, rather than sort of more broadly using killing prairie dogs as a much blunter tool. So I'll leave it at that.
I want to go back to what I recall as a table I thought that Andy put together of all the properties and the percent occupancy of those properties.
Is it one of the, back?
Yeah, yep.
I can,
Good, hold it up high so we can all read it.
And that includes the non-managed now, or the self-managed lands too, I believe. Yeah.
Self-managed?
The ones that we can't lease out anymore, I think there's a bottom of that table, like those properties where it's no longer a leased property.
But my recollection was that it's more than just the Boulder Valley Ranch and
Yeah,
leases,
Mark, if you
right?
go to the October 23rd, the presentation, I think highlights the ones that are in the project area. And I think there's 5 or 6 tenants in the project area that are impacted.
I will try.
And the 2 lease areas are highly impacted. The other one is at 12%, 10%, and 11%.
And do those numbers hold for the 2019 census?
These are 2019 numbers.
Okay, so you've updated that table that I'm referring to?
Yes. And that's
October was 2019.
right.
That's the most recent data.
And that's by leasehold. So
Yes.
those numbers may sound low. That's not how many are on the Brubaker property or the Stratton property.
Those are the kinds of properties I'm thinking of.
Right.
So how do we,
The person that
look
leases,
at the depth of the problem of high occupancy acreages? If it's not by leaseholder, is it by?
we have it quantified also by number of fields, I believe. Mark, I think you did some work with that.
Yes. Hold on just a sec. Bringing up the,
But conceptually, a small incursion of 10% of somebody's hay fields in total isn't a huge impact to his or her operation financially. So that's why we kind of look at it.
That's perspective is by operation.
Right. Now, that being said, that 10% could all be on one property. So one property in his or her leasehold
Right.
could actually look pretty poor.
And be pretty problematic in terms of,
Right.
as Mary Young says, exporting the problem to other people.
Right.
But it's also true, when we went through the exercise of defining the 35% threshold, that was at the leasehold level, recognizing that many of our lessees have multiple properties, and the property boundary is somewhat of an artifact of when did we buy the land, and may not have any real connection to the how it's actually operated on the ground or sort of functions as a landscape.
Right.
I think it's important to just note for the public, I mean, the expedited review does pertain to a specific area. It is not a system-wide discussion. And I think it's a little bit misleading to say a policy of 100% killing. It's a policy of lethal control in a small subset of the system. And so I just want to add that.
And I just really just meant a policy that the only tool we're going to use in those properties for removing prairie dogs is to kill them.
So I think there's 2 things here. One is relocation to support our other conservation goals. And I think we always have the option to do as much of that as we need, and we should. And that's why I suggested adding to our assumptions that we're not going to let this program interfere with the conservation of the species and the habitat. There's the other question, though, is if we want to reduce the number of prairie dogs we're going to kill, in some ways, every dollar you spend on relocation means you're going to kill more. And so that's an ethical dilemma for me, because you're also exporting more prairie dogs each year, and they're being killed by neighbors. So my assessment has been that getting to equilibrium as quickly as possible reduces the total number of prairie dogs that we kill and that others have to kill, often with non-lethal means.
So in the interest of moving the conversation along, it strikes me that we ought to look at the top three, the status quo and A and B. And from my perspective, those should probably go off the table because for a variety of reasons, but probably the key one is that they take too long. And I think that we ought to actually look at C and D primarily, and E for purposes of conversation. I think E, I'm not interested in bankrupting the open space program in order to accomplish this particular goal. So I think C certainly takes into account Tom's concerns, and I think we all have those concerns. So there is still a relocation component to C. Right, and then D is then, you know, complete eradication. And so I think that will give us the perspective that we need and that we can then make recommendations to council so they can also weigh, you know, again, the pros and cons or benefits and costs.
You use the words complete eradication, and if I understand, all of these are complete eradication from irrigated lands. They just take different time
Yeah,
frames.
right, that's what I meant, right, in that time frame.
And just the difference between C and D, in terms of the number of prairie dogs, C would be about 4,100 prairie dogs a year, and D would be 4,350. So there's an additional, the difference between C and D is an additional 250 prairie dogs, but you know, but all of them are being killed, whereas in C there's a mix of some killed, some removed. In the aggregate, they're not that different in terms of the number of prairie dogs, but they differ a lot in the means by which that's accomplished.
And if the, excuse me, the number of years is roughly the same too,
right,
which is relevant.
For myself, I encourage the public to send me some emails in the next month. My reading on relocation has a lot of downsides. The CO2 is decidedly less humane, according to the research we've been given. The trapping, we've heard from firsthand people who've actually conducted this work, is stressful on the animals. It does leave a chemical in our agricultural fields called delta dust, which I don't even like the name of it. And then last but not least, it's really hard for me, you know, I go to dinner and pay the sales tax like everybody else. And when you look at the idea that it takes $300,000 a year to move 1,100 prairie dogs, I just really can think of some better things to do with that money.
So C and D, though, then give us the option of having that conversation in more depth.
Right, yeah.
And E then is kind of an add-on that, you know, if you really want to kind of go to one end of the spectrum, that's basically where you're headed.
But now you're outside our budget, probably.
Yeah. That's the concern.
Is everyone good with us exploring C and D further for March? I think we're good.
Sure. So both C and D do include transferring either all or most of the Prairie Dog Working Group implementation money as currently presented. Is that how you would like to see them developed in March as well, or is a different alternative preferable?
Well, I was seeing C as being only a partial transfer. And so I do think that that we probably, or I don't know, I won't speak for the whole board, but I think that we want to look at, you know, transferring some of that 400,000.
Isn't the relocation in keeping with the Prairie Dog Working Group?
Yes.
It is.
So that's part of that money, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It is. It's part of the 400,000. That 130,000, that was all the rest of the Prairie Dog Working Group.
But how I've presented to people that I've talked to is that the relocation is actually.
It is part of the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations.
And just for clarification, Prairie Dog Working Group is a system-wide effort as opposed to in this particular part. So removing all funding from it would be a system-wide impact, not just in the space.
That's true. I would say that a lot of the items that we were going to be working on first, related to conflict anyway, would also be in this same area. So it was addressing barrier cost sharing with neighbors. But other system-wide efforts like black-footed ferret reintroduction, evaluation, plague management plan, those are all system-wide efforts.
Yeah, I under no circumstances want to go back on what we're doing system-wide, but as a specific protocol for the irrigated lands in the study area, I think it's a different thing.
Do you have something to say about that next column, too, about funding reallocated from other OSMP priorities?
This was our kind of last question, was about the staffing and funding implications of the scenarios as they talked about, and how that was like a right-on, exactly the kind of comment we were looking for.
Are we leaving the leased properties chart that was up there for a moment?
We did leave it. It seemed like we had moved on from it. Do we need to go back to it?
Well, I want to get some clarity about what acreage we're talking about. And it goes back to this question of, are we talking about looking at this from a lessee perspective or looking at it from a heavily occupied acres perspective? Because I think that's kind of two different, it's apples and oranges. And it goes back to Tom's question as well. And for me, I don't think we're talking about just the Cushmans and the Boulder Valley Ranch.
Well, if you look at the column second from the right.
Second from the right,
From the
okay.
right is irrigable lands that have prairie dogs on the various, so.
Just read to me what it says there in the top square on the second from the.
So 322 acres on Boulder Valley Ranch.
Which is acres of
prairie dogs.
Irrigated land with prairie dogs, okay.
And so that if we were looking at C and we focused on Boulder Valley Ranch, that's like 2 years, and we're getting close to clearing Boulder Valley Ranch. Then it would be 2 years on, well, we've already done some on Axel and Johnson, but that's kind of how, if we did, going back to the priorities that we talked about, if we prioritized these folks, that would kind of be how it went. It would be like 4 years on the highest ones, and then we're getting close to the rest of it is that's where the majority of it is, those two properties.
Well, what about the Stratton-Brubaker kind of complaints we've heard? Are they not heavily occupied?
Yeah, the Brubaker, that's a slight anomaly, but the Brubaker property is in the Axelson Johnson lease area, so it's part of that 319.
Oh, it's part of line 2. Okay.
Unfortunately, the Stratton property, which is right next to the Brubaker property, is leased to somebody else. So that, even though we likely map that colony as one, it's in 2 leaseholds, which confuses some of the numbers.
Gets to that landscape question, I think that have been brought up by Dave and others, that we want to take a look at this in a way that we might be cutting across leaseholds and paying attention to what makes sense in terms of these agro ecosystems, or just the fundamental and overarching prioritization criteria of what's going to be effective.
Yeah, and so we're
and
getting
on the
back,
land contiguity.
we're getting back to the prioritization. So in the
I don't think anything anyone said is inconsistent with the things that have been the prioritization criteria that people have asked be.
But lease holdings may not be either the highest or the only priority, though. That's right.
Or the best cut.
Right.
Through which to look at it.
Right. Okay. We've heard that. We do know that the fact that something is in a leasehold is important because of its
Yes.
that it's currently somebody's livelihood, and then you're getting lease revenues from it as well. Right. So those are factors that have been identified as priorities.
I think having some of that on-the-ground perspective in March would be very helpful for people to gain an understanding of what the it is. And
What do you mean by that?
I understood what we were doing tonight was conceptual, and that's an important step. But to communicate with most people, a concrete example is a much clearer way to communicate rather than a broad amorphous concept. So what I'm saying is in March, even if all you can say is, here's one example of what could be done in a year. Here's another example of what could be done in a year. I'm not asking, as I did earlier, as a question earlier in the evening, of in March, are you going to give us a map with the whole plan? But I think, I mean, we can get that concept a little bit by talking through some of this information on this chart tonight.
Yeah.
But I'm asking for something even more concrete.
I think the difficulty is we could do an example of a situation now, what this might look like. These are some examples of how this might play out. By the time we're ready to implement things may have changed also. So
Of course, and that's...
And
yep.
raising expectations through an example of real people's leaseholds, et cetera, could raise some concerns. So that's just something that, if we could, can we think about that and come back with
And maybe it's 2 or 3 different examples of what could be, and then clearly you're not promising any one thing.
because we don't want to raise expectations that we can't.
I understand, and that's important.
Karen, does it need to be attached to properties, or could the examples be text where we say in one example...
It could be abstract blocks of a fictional property.
Or to just say, here's an example, in this approach we would focus on leaseholds, but that's inefficient. So we think it's more likely it's going to cut across leaseholds, et cetera, but it's going to have to be areas that can be contiguous. I mean, what do you want to learn?
But I'd like to see it in an image. I would really, rather than just words.
But it doesn't have to be a real place.
No, it could be fictional properties.
Okay, gotcha.
But the concept would be a graphic to illustrate the concept.
Things are a little slow because...
There's the Bennett property.
Yeah.
We finally got water.
I don't see any vegetation.
It's coming.
I'm ready for a kayak and something to drink.
Yeah.
A relocation.
Or a snorkel would do fine.
You see all the prairie dogs on top of that? Oh, crabs.
That's the target property. No
No
barrier.
Nice job, Martin.
Time to go home.
Yeah, I think it might be better if we follow up maybe
Yeah.
and get some...
When we think about it, we'll
Okay.
call and see if we can get something in. Okay.
I think But I do agree, examples would be illustrative and probably helpful if we can kind of figure out a good way of doing that.
Yeah, we do, actually, the RIS, the folks that do the computers came up with a good map that we think we might be able to use to show some examples. We can't quite bring it up here right now today, but
I get it.
maybe in March we can zoom in and look at some areas and get to what you're after, Karen.
And here's a plug for tomorrow night. You'll be hearing from the RIS group tomorrow night.
There you go. And lots more fun stuff.
This is super helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Val.
So the last piece, and I know we're at 10:13 now, but the last piece was really a request for, I'll make it up on this or try to take some time. If there's other information outside of the assumptions prioritization criteria the scenarios, including the kind of basic assumptions posed and the staffing and funding levels that you would like to see brought forward into March? Things that you've been thinking about that you feel like would be important for informing your decision that we really haven't covered here.
Is that the question you were going to ask? Was there okay, there wasn't a precursor to that. Okay.
And I think we were taking notes right along on a number of things, so, but sorry, Tom.
Part of it is, I don't know that we need to resolve this now, but I think we're going to need to be clear in March on what we're doing that is changing ordinances versus what are we doing that is within the scope of ordinances and, is just kind of at more an implementation level of details. That may have already been something that was on your list, but at this point, I'm not entirely clear on what the output of all of this will look like.
But I think at the least that we ought to have some proposed ordinance language that, we could consider as far as, the agricultural, boroughs on agricultural land and permitting and that sort of thing, so that there is some context for the policy or procedural regulatory discussion.
And I would suggest that it's still valuable to council for us to start by saying what we can do tomorrow and what we will do tomorrow within the existing resources we have and the existing regulations. And then also that leads to a conclusion about what we can't do. But I think you do need to start by saying, here's what we're going to do tomorrow, because lessees want to know, council wants to know, and then that sets up, I think, pretty well your discussion about, it makes it clear what the limits are of what we can do. And then you get into an incremental discussion of, okay, if you can do something about boroughs, it'll be this helpful, but it's probably going to take you this much time. I don't know if you've had discussions with the city attorney about emergency measures. I mean,
we've had discussion that if any ordinance changes would be made, what would the time frame be?
Yeah.
And after council meeting, which would be April 21st, that we would think that we're looking at probably a June time frame before we would be able to go back to council with ordinance changes. And then there's, I think, a 60-day waiting period after the adoption of an ordinance. So even if we were on a good time frame working with our staff in the CAO's office, and we made it through June, mid-June public hearing on final on second reading, then we'd be looking at 60 days after that. And that is all if everything goes well.
So we probably need to say up front when we're talking to the public that at the best, if we're talking about structural changes, they'll be next fall. And that if we're talking about things besides status quo, we're probably not implementing them until next fall. Is that, I mean, I think we need to lay that out.
Yeah, no, I think that's part of the issue here is we have an existing ordinance that would allow lethal control in response to a permit issued by the city manager. And so one of the, I don't know if, it seems like there's sort of a fundamental question here. If we said, we believe that at property X, the conditions prerequisite to the issuance of a permit have been satisfied, are there things that need to also change in an ordinance? I would think the answer is no, but maybe I'm missing something that would inhibit proceeding on that track, recognizing ultimately there's two tracks, that there's things that need to be changed in an ordinance. But we, the ordinance obviously anticipated that permits could be granted as things now stand, but the reason they're not being granted is that, I think we've understood that there's this broader process underway that's going to address that question. But that's sort of like, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, just clarifying that 30-day waiting period is after the second reading, so it'd be about 60 days for a new ordinance. But under our current ordinance, the department could apply for lethal control. Under our current ordinance, it would be a minimum of 90 days processing from the point at which the application was submitted. But there is a process for applying for lethal control under our current ordinance.
And the 90 days would be for?
So the ordinance has built-in lag times. So there's, 14 days after it's received before the next step can happen. Then there's a 60-day public comment period so that the community can offer relocation alternatives for whatever number of prairie dogs and acreage is being proposed for lethal control. And then there's another 14-day lag time after the closing of public comment. So that's where the 90 days come from in the ordinance, that it can't happen quicker than that.
It strikes me, given that, have you looked at a dual track approach to make the application as soon as possible to get the clock running? Because I think in my opinion, the long-term appropriate outcome is for the department to have a policy that applies strictly and only to agricultural irrigated lands, that is more adaptable, that allows us to really keep learning, as the county has, adjust without having to go through ordinances and legal. So to make sure we do the ordinance correctly for the long term of what works right, but to perhaps get the clock turning if we've got regulatory windows like that.
Right, I'm not sure that, right, I don't think that we necessarily need to wait for this whole process through council to run before you all could apply for the permit and start the clock running.
Oh. Even if we end up not going that direction.
You can always you can always stop the clock or say no.
There is an issue of funding and staff time and a lot of other things involved in that sort of a decision. We are set up to do status quo right now. That's what's in our work plan and our budget. Yeah. If you, we really would need some direction to change that all around right now. So I don't think we can do it this meeting. That is potentially something we could discuss in March, but that's a significant decision to make for this year.
Yeah, I think that's the principal component of the March discussion. And it strikes me that we've made commitments, at least that we want to move this process along, and it's expedited, theoretically. And so I think, if we're, and Val, this isn't directed at you, but if we have a 90-day, and a 30-day and a 60-day, and now it's next fall, the public can legitimately ask what happened to the expedition. And it just strikes me that we, the board, need some suggestions as to how we can meet, near-term, I don't want to use the term emergency, but near-term priorities as we kind of address some of the longer-term needs. But I think that, and I don't know, Karen may not feel this way, but I think we at least let the lessees know that we're looking at trying to get something in place where there would be addressing some of the concerns, this growing season. So, by late spring, and I'm a little concerned that, we're talking about that not being possible.
And that also leads me to ask, what kind of paperwork, if any, in your mind is being submitted to the state for permits, and when that will be happening?
So we would be starting to focus on that project now. This is taking significant time from the same staff that do that, and so that's been usually February is when we would be making those choices about which properties, so we would still be hoping to do that. Now, if there is direction to be taking this parallel process of city permits.
The state permit is only for relocation, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
So during the time frame that we would be going to city council, we would typically be submitting the permit for relocation and then working with that through the next couple of months with the state. If next month there's direction to take the resources that would otherwise be working on that and turn them towards this parallel process, we can certainly do that. But then if the decision is made not to pursue that, we will be behind the ball on our relocation permits. So that's kind of the trade-off.
I also have to add that preparing for council is the same staff that will be preparing any of these applications.
Yeah.
And preparing for council and preparing for these meetings is a huge, huge lift.
Yeah.
And I know that that woman over there is totally above her head. So I want to be cautious that even running this expeditious process and getting ready for council and getting ready for March is a huge undertaking while we're trying to take care of the status quo. And if we're going to, add on some things, then I think we got to be really cautious about that.
I assume no lessee has applied for a permit in recent years?
So the only body that can apply is the landowner for lethal control. That's the way the ordinance was written.
We can't apply, is what you're saying.
The leasee can't apply. We can apply, but the leasee.
Landowner, but not the lessee.
Right.
Yeah.
Another challenge with doing this before a structural change is that we have relocation sites. So if we start to go through the 6-step process, Val's probably going to tell us, use the relocation sites, which is the status quo, which is what we have in the work plan and the budget for this year.
I also just want to highlight when we do lethal control, because each individual is trapped and subject to carbon dioxide. It's a very expensive process because we do that to at least the 95% of that colony. So when you talk about 40 acres, you're talking about $160,000 from our chart. It's not an insignificant cost to add on to whatever else we're planning as well.
So Val, I think you're saying there's no emergency way to move quickly to any of these new methods, practically.
Everything that's consistent with the new methods have some sort of ordinance change.
Well, and if we've thought about it hard and that's what we think, we need to be upfront with council about that we've tried to consider every way of moving quickly on this, and we just don't think it's possible. And so we're coming to you with this package, but it's going to take so many months, and that's not going to be a happy news to our lessees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We just have to be clear about that.
In our messaging, let's not underestimate that it was City Council who wrote the original ordinance, and let's leave it open to their creativity about what might be possible to help us.
Great. I think that's a great way to wrap things up. I would like that. If there's no other materials, I guess what I just do is to say, next steps, the engagement window will close on Sunday, February 16th. The third engagement window is really us bringing the preferred alternative package to the board and to council. So that will happen March 5th when the board packet materials are released. So that's soon. And then we'll have the March 11th meeting. Right now, we're currently scheduled to visit with council and to get the board's recommendation and whatever information that we move forward to council from that point, at which point there'll be public hearings at both the board and council meeting, and that kind of constitutes the community engagement for that third and final engagement. So
I want to add before we leave that in addition to the thanks to all the public comment that Tom has already given to the public, I want to thank the staff for the obvious substantive work that you've done in the last month.
We do appreciate it.
We do, and we're not sure when the miracle's going to occur, but it's pretty soon.
And I was away for January, so really it's this team
Right.
here that I want to
We knew that.
Bravo, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are we
Paris 124.